Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with the grand finale. It'll be grand, I promise. Act 2 of Draped Coffins. This is yet another Fiasco game that we have been playing here on the channel. This one is a playset known as the Heroes of Pinnacle City. This is all superhero themed and super villain themed, to be inclusive. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far. Love Fiasco, and this has been no exception. So very happy to see where this is all going to go wrong, because that's kind of the point. So before we do get started, I'm going to give the same warning that I give on the beginning of all of my games, and that is if foul language and mature subject matter are a problem for you, then this is not a place for you to spend time. Disney Plus has some good stuff on it. Go check that out. Hashtag not sponsored. Yet. But I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, plug anything that they would like to plug, tell you where you may or may not be able to find them on the internet, and then we are going to do our best to betray and murder each other. Because that's what we do here. So we're going to start with Austin.
Oh boy, I never get to go first, except maybe last time. I can't remember. I'm Austin. I don't have anything to plug. All I have to no. Once a month you can find me on Jeremy's channel, playing in Evermore La Masquerade, which I cannot wait to get back into. We had to miss this month's session, so I'm hoping we get back to it soon. But I'm super psyched to play this. This has been one of my favorite Fiasco games I've played. I've been really enjoying this group, and I think our setup gave us a lot of juicy bullshit to dive into. And so I am excited to see what terrible decisions get made today and who suffers the consequences. I'm playing the mayor, I believe, only non-powered or technologically augmented person in this group. Maybe King Cobra. Hard to say. We've seen some sort of maybe power. There's something going on with that motherfucker. He's slippery. But yeah, super excited to play the end.
The end. End scene. No, always a pleasure, man. Happy that we have a normie amongst our group of soups. Yeah. Speaking of normies, next up, Jason.
This point I wanted to get. Speaking of anyway, yes, I am Jason Osorio. um, I will be playing Dyson Diaz, aka the Mechanist, who may be augmented, who maybe is a machine, who knows. Always a pleasure to be here on the Erasmus Expeditions. Jeremy always has just amazing groups of players and storytellers to interact with. So yeah, always a delight. Very much looking forward to this. As far as plugging other things, I don't think it's next week. I want to say it's the week after. So 2 Fridays from now, I think we're back with Curse of Vladeska Drakov. Yeah, you might be right, Jeremy. I know we got pushed back a time or two. So we're coming back at some point over the next couple of weeks with Baron's third session in that little mini campaign, The Curse of Vladeska Drakov, that Jeremy's in, that Sarah's in, that I'm in, and Baron's running. Very excited to see how that pans out. Other than that, that's pretty much it. It's always a good time here on the Erasmus Expeditions, even if it's a horrible time for the characters involved.
Even if we're turning into scarecrows. Yeah, always a pleasure, man. Love having you at the table. And yeah, I mean, these games are as good as they are because I'm fortunate enough to have a group like this to bring together to play. So thank all of you for being a part of that. Speaking of normies, next up, Baron.
Real unpredictable with these segues today. I'm thinking we should start like gambling on what they're going to be and see how that can affect the game with good fortune. Because I am playing a superhero that is pretty lucky-ish. Super happy to be back. Love Fiasco. Very pumped that we have this group of like 10 people that we can swap in and out for these. I was actually just bragging about. No, bragging actually is kind of accurate. just how fun these games are, and how like I mentioned that they can run up to like 4.5, 5 hours long, and it's still like, but they're so fun. So super pumped to be back. Always happy to be on the Erasmus Expeditions. You can find us. I'm pretty sure it's next Friday because it's supposed to be August
7th.
7th.
You right, Doe.
We are going to play session 3 of Falcovnia. Did have to push back because we are now live from my new apartment. And I'm going to attempt to traumatize this side of kill my players, as I'm prone to do. So come check that out next Friday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Other than that, you can find me on Jacob's channel, and he's about to tell you all about that because he's got the most to say, and we appreciate it. So I'm going to let Jeremy segue in, and we'll go from there.
Moi? Segue? I could never. No, man. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the next 2 sessions of Falcovnia. It's been a lot of fun so far. Yeah, I love Gothic horror. I've never gotten to play Ravenloft proper, so Falcovnia is a good sister companion setting. So it's been a lot of fun to explore. Speaking of fun doing nope. Speaking of normies, Jake.
I thought you were going to say, speaking of sister companions.
That would have been a good one,
But
too.
I would take speaking of fun to explore, too. Yeah, I do sometimes have a lot to say, and I do this time. As has been mentioned, I run Mini Terrain Domain Twitch channel and YouTube. And this Monday marks the return after a month hiatus. Our 7 Dooms for Sandpoint game will be beginning with a special one-on-one interlude with me and Carrie, because her character got abducted before the big boss battle that happened before the break. So normally we don't title the episodes until after they go to VOD, but this one is episode 59. The abduction of Villainy Tel Sol. So we got to figure out what was up with Villainy, and then the following week we'll come back with everybody at the table. But I believe we are also returning with, I don't remember if it's that week or the next week. We're returning with Sky Metal. Yep. Where did it go? August. Nope. On the 11th is Sky Metal, but on Thursday the 6th, we return with Welcome to Paradise, Michigan, our Kids on Bikes game. Jeremy's in that, along with several other people in our final season. And speaking of final things, that doesn't even make sense. Forget I tried to segue in the middle of my own introduction. Saturday is the first day of August, not the final day. There is a special game taking place live on stage at a theater at Gen Con called Sentinels of the Shieldless. It is being produced by my buddy Mike Jimenez over at the Weathered Dragon. He's a tabletop maker, and MTD is going to be hosting the live broadcast of that, and we are going to be I will be producing that and running the donation information as it comes in, with Jeremy assisting on that. And they're trying to raise some money for a great cause, a children's foundation in North Carolina, with an amazing table of people and Luke Gygax as the dungeon master. So come check us out on MTD on Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
Hell yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that. I think it's going to be a ton of fun. And even if it's kind of boring for us, like, we at least get to like hang out and talk to each other while we're like, doing our thing, which is always nice.
Actually,
have
we
an
might
excuse.
get to talk to each other
Yeah, exactly. I figured we
because
probably
there's
would
no
be able to.
broadcast. I think we can actually talk.
Yeah.
Our voices aren't being broadcast, so that would make it even more boring if we're there in the same Zoom call
Uh-huh.
for 4 hours or 3 hours and we can't talk.
It
at all.
was nerve-wracking being in Todd's last game and not being able to like say anything. It was
Yep.
it was a challenge. But yeah, man, always a pleasure to have you running stuff and playing games and have you playing in my games, and yeah, just a good dude to have around, man. All right, last but certainly not least, speaking of normies, Sarah.
Speaking of normies, hi, I'm Sarah, Alice X Ann on all the socials. Super stoked to be here. You can find me here occasionally for Fiasco or other random one-shots. Like we've said, I'm already in the Falknovia game, which is super fun, and I can't wait for this third session. I'm super excited to be here tonight. You can see me every other Tuesday on Jake's channel for Sky Metal Iron Gods when we come back. Super stoked for that to come back too. I'm just excited to be here tonight. Yeah, I've missed this and it's weird. I don't know, it's been a weird couple weeks. So this has been nice. I'm super excited to be here.
Hell yeah, always good to have you around, Sarah. Um, yeah. Somebody did mention that we have like a little stable, I guess is the best way to put it, of like very awesome people to get to play in these games, and we have had to resort to rotating out because that's fair and all. So there are several people from the company, if you want to call it that, who we're missing tonight. So yeah, the ensemble, yes, hit the globe. So I think without further ado, we're ready to get to Act 2. That rhymed. It's like I planned it. Okay. So we finished Act 1 last time, and then we had the tilt. And so now we have 2 additional elements that we need to try to work into the second act here. The first of which, on the far side of the screen, is innocence, collateral damage. And the one right here next to me is guilt. Somebody develops a conscience. So keep those things in mind as we go around. Act 2 works the same way that Act 1 does, where each character will have 2 scenes that are like kind of their focal scenes. You can have them with whichever characters that you want, either the ones that are played by the other people here, or we can have other NPCs in them as well. The book does say to try to tamper down the desire to work in additional story elements that have not already been like part of the story, other than the tilt elements. But yeah, what else? Oh, the dice that you earn in Act 2 do not get given away. Those stay with you this time. And the last die, I believe, is wild. Again. It can be either white or black. And then at the end, we will take all of the dice that you have earned throughout the entire game, and we will all roll them, and that determines kind of your character's epilogue. Kind of like how things happen for them in the credits, so to speak. So, are there any questions, concerns, comments? No. Okay. Cool. So, the same as always, we start with the person from the smallest town. So, Sarah, you get to go first.
Yay!
Would you like to establish, or would you like to resolve your first scene?
I'm gonna resolve my first scene, is what
Resolve,
I wanna do.
okay. So, everybody else, it becomes up to us to establish the scene. Where do we want to see Anomalia? Where are we kicking things off with tonight? I agree.
I have a thought. Um, I just don't know because obviously this needs to be a scene that's focused on Animalia. But
Mhm.
so I had an idea. I was actually thinking about potentially doing this with Kestrel, but actually maybe both potentially. But again, with Animalia being the focus. So because last time the Mechanist learned from King Cobra that Lucky Strike is the Herald. And
Mm.
obviously, it's common knowledge that Lucky Strike used to be part of the Warbirds before something happened, and he wasn't.
Ah.
So maybe the Mechanist could bring that to maybe Animalia first, then maybe Kestrel is there, is not there. That. I mean, if we want to focus more on
Ooh.
Animalia, it makes more sense that maybe she's not, and it's just Animalia and the Mechanist. Um, that is a suggestion, but if anyone has
Yeah.
any better ideas,
I
Ooh,
like
I
it.
do like that.
I like
okay.
that the Mechanist is individually meeting with every other character.
Oh yes, I have so many plans. Anyway,
Is it the
Not
you have no idea.
Mechanist or the
Jason.
Machiavellis?
little column A, little column B. Depends on how you spell it. Um, okay, so maybe, and I know you mentioned this before, Sarah, the cottage with a capital C.
Mm-hmm. The cottage with a capital C.
I kind of like the idea of maybe, I don't know, I just like the idea that maybe it's like raining or something like that, and
That's
you're,
fine. I love rain.
yeah, everyone loves rain, and you're coming back maybe from something, just you, and maybe you open the door into this cottage and you see this again, this figure, metal face mask, sort of this red viewing slit that stretches from one side to the other, kind of this hooded cloak, kind of like this picture that I found. Looks like Darth Revan, basically from KOTOR. Anyway,
Very nice.
yeah, and you see this figure sort of sitting on maybe like a chair. Actually, I'll let you describe sort of what is the interior of the cottage. What does it look like?
So the interior of the cottage actually looks like just a little cottage. It looks like something out of almost like a fairy tale book. It's all open space. It's very humble for what a super you would think of. Um, to anyone else, it's unknown where it is that you would like go down below the ground to get to what would be like her lair. Um, but it's soft tones, greens, beiges. Stop. Greens, beiges, whites, maybe a little bit of pastel blues. It's very welcoming, very comforting. The moment you step in, it smells like fresh bread and tea, and everything just relaxes when you come in.
I think as you step in on Amalia and you see this figure who looks very out of place and just like this very like severe red and black attire, no skin showing at all. I do think you see one of these like mechanical tendrils kind of reaches out and plucks like a freshly brewed mug of tea off of an end table and kind of holds it out to you as you hear this heavily distorted voice come out. Hello, Anomalia. I apologize for letting myself in, but I had to see you.
She takes the cup and she doesn't even approach him at first. She actually moves to grab a small plate and a few pieces of fruit, and she's sitting there with her back towards him cutting this fruit, and she's like, "That's why the door always stays open."
You don't want to do this for much longer, do you? The superheroics.
I don't mind the superheroics. I don't like being a pawn.
I had my suspicions about that. I wasn't sure. It's hard to tell with the way that the mayor parades you and Kestrel around, like birds in a cage.
Mm-hmm.
I think you hear kind of the creaking of metal as he stands and he says, "What do you know about the Herald?"
I've only heard rumors.
You
A
tell.
bomb.
Mm. You are as well informed as ever. Yes. he has a nuclear device of some kind given to him by, at least in part, a friend of yours, King Cobra.
And she nods.
The Herald used to be a superhero called Lucky Strike, a name that should be very familiar to you.
Yes. Yes, it is.
And there's a pause. I think you can kind of like in the silence as you're cutting this fruit, and Amalia thinking about what was just said, you hear kind of these little metallic clicks. And then I have recordings of the Herald. I have done some investigation. The Herald's actual identity is William Ward, a young man that something of a student to scientist, the robotics and technological expert Dyson Diaz of Diaz Industries, Dyson Industries, excuse me.
Is that so?
It is.
He was always very smart, very resourceful.
He poses a danger to everyone in this city.
Obviously.
He has to be stopped. I think we can both agree on that.
Mm. If we both agree on it, then why are you here?
Because much of this information came to me through an arrangement with King Cobra. He worries for you. He cares about you, I think, in his way.
There's a pause of her cutting the fruit before she starts again. And she doesn't answer for a long moment. She just moves to clean the knife, set it in a small dish strainer, and turn to approach the table with the plate and her cup. And she places this plate of fruit in between the two of them. Is it a crime if he cares?
Not at all. I think, in his own way, King Cobra is a better fit to lead this city with all of its chaos and superpowered individuals than Alistair Andrews ever will be. Because King Cobra is honest about what he is. He does not pretend to be something he's not. I have a certain amount of respect for him.
She reaches out and takes an apple. And you actually watch as she tears it into smaller pieces and just lets it plop into her teacup. My relationship with King Cobra can't be the only thing that you're here for. Is there something that you want me to do?
Ideally, stop the Herald. I will be staying with you as part of this bargain that I made with King Cobra. A shadow, protector, whatever you want to call it. But I will have other business elsewhere in the city. But I can stay with you in the meantime.
I don't need a guard, but thank
No,
you.
but you need a partner that is perhaps not so easily swayed by the glitz and the glamour, the fame and the fortune, your face on lunchboxes.
And you think that my partner would do something against me?
I don't know. What do you think?
I would like to give her the benefit of the doubt, but if
What
he's
do you
so
think Kestra
afraid,
would do if she had an opportunity to not occupy part of the spotlight, like she does now, but occupy all of it? What would she do?
I do not believe that she is so shallow in that way.
Mhm.
She truly does wish to help people. Does she have a bit of a temper? Does she have a specific way of doing things? Yes. But don't we all?
There was an incident a while back. She and, I believe, Lucky Strike, if I remember the article that I read correctly, and I know I do, they took a Dyson Industries craft through some kind of strange portal. The two of them vanished into the portal, and no one knows where they went. They returned shortly thereafter. Has she mentioned anything to you about that?
No.
Because I believe it was not too terribly long after that that Lucky Strike parted ways with the Warbirds. Curious.
I was not here when he left.
You should talk to her about this.
It's not a bad idea.
I will, as I said, shadow you to ensure that I'm holding up my part of the bargain with King Cobra. Apparently, and I'm sure you can understand, Lucky Strike, the Herald, is privy to certain pieces of information about you that King Cobra does not want to get out. I don't know necessarily what that information might be. You certainly know better than I do. But I believe it should be our aim to deal with the Herald in a final way, so he cannot continue to threaten the people of this city.
So you're asking me to put blood on my hands?
I'm asking you to do what it seems you want to do, to help people. I have talked to the Herald before. We have fought before. There's a quote. Uh, it's a Gandhi quote, actually. Humanity is an ocean. If a few drops of the ocean are dirty, the ocean does not become dirty. The Herald has lost sight of that truth. He believes that because oftentimes mankind is its own worst enemy, everyone deserves to die. That something new must be built upon the ashes.
So he wants to treat this place like a phoenix. Something will be reborn.
Exactly. Well said. Reborn in nuclear fire.
I don't like the idea of a bodyguard, but if it'll ease his mind, I suppose. I will look into this for you.
It's not for me. It's for everyone in the city. Every man, woman, and child that will die in a nuclear explosion if we fail.
Fine. I will look into this for all of us then. Is that better?
Excellent. Thank you.
She slowly gets up, finishes her tea, leaves the plate there. The couch folds out into a bed.
Don't sleep. Thank you.
Oh, that's silly. You should get some rest. That's what this place is for.
I think he stops for a moment. You see kind of, again, just the view slit. I imagine there's like a little light kind of going back and forth. He's going to reach back, hear kind of a click, click, and he pulls off the mask, and you see just this completely like mechanical visage. There's no flesh underneath. It is all mechanical parts. And there's just this single cyclopean red lens in the middle, and like a grill, like an audio grill, essentially where the mouth is. I don't need to sleep, but thank you. And he puts the mask back on. Click, click.
Oh. So we have many copies. That should be fun to learn about, too.
Of course. They are all over the city, or they will be soon. Like I said, I have business elsewhere, but I'll stay here with you in the meantime.
All right. And she's actually going to go into a separate room and just take a deep breath. Well, this should be interesting. And I think that's going to be the scene.
All right.
That was bonkers.
That was bonkers, bro. Bro, what?
Okay, so since we established, that means Sarah, you get to resolve. How do you think that went for Anomalia?
I mean, she got information, but it was still weird. So
Still weird.
It was still weird. So I don't think that went as good for Anomalia as it could have.
Okay.
So I'm
Do
gonna
you
call a
think-
black die.
Black die?
Fair enough.
All right, let's see.
Found out you might have to kill a former warbird.
Exactly.
The Mechanist knows about you and King Cobra. Yeah, I could definitely. The black die
And then
makes
the
a lot
whole
of
thing
sense,
with
actually.
Kestrel, it's
Yeah,
like, ooh.
yep. She does love the spotlight.
Okay.
I love Jake.
Okay. Black die for Anomalia. Jake, do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
I'll resolve.
Okay. So establishing is up to us again, everyone. Where do we want to see Kestrel? What do we got?
I know I think the Herald would like to talk to Kestrel.
I was gonna say,
Um,
I want to see
okay.
something because I want to wait to do something between Kestrel and Anomalia. So I would
That's
like
fair.
to see something between whether it's another flashback with Lucky Strike or whether it is a current. The Herald goes to Kestrel.
So it sounds like Baron's got an idea for William as the Herald.
yes, as Herald.
Okay.
So what you
or thinking?
Flashback to, I don't know how it was established, the rescue from the exotic world, how you guys got back. I almost see that as potentially something that Lucky Strike and Kestrel would have done. I know there's some weird discrepancies in
I
like
think
when
we
the team
saw
was
that.
split.
I think we saw that during Act 1. It was
Was that?
Kestrel
Yeah.
that came to pick up
Yeah,
King
it was
Cobra
Kestrel
and
because it was
Anomalia.
after Lucky Strike.
Maybe the Herald is the one who informs Kestrel of where they are.
Oh.
Maybe that's how Kestrel learned where Animalia was, which kind of makes sense because we established that it was somehow linked to the extraterrestrial presence
Yep.
that's kind of in the background, and the Herald has some kind of,
I think
established connection.
If this scene is what's chosen, there are details that could be revealed in a current meeting versus a flashback.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
we
game.
can certainly talk about it, you know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
Because that's ultimately the discussion I think Harold wants to have.
Sweet.
But,
where are we at?
I think we are. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Jake, but where would Kestrel's usual? Where would Harold or where would Lucky Strike have found Kestrel usually?
I mean, honestly, I think true to the name, Kestrel is often patrolling Pinnacle City. Literally just like a like a bird of prey, though with the intent to protect. Literally, probably moving from rooftop to rooftop. Probably has certain rooftops, but is often just seen flying around, looking and listening for people in danger, people in need of help.
I have hired help. Easily a group of people that could perform some sort of larceny that you easily apprehend, but it's where it allows me to find you or get you to come to me. So you apprehend these criminals and I kind of appear. So I mean, the scene in my head is maybe like post. I know we started with like a bank robbery, so this is probably like a weapons deal. We see, very Cobra coded henchmen, but they're not Cobra anymore. We see that they're kind of like outfitted with these like gas masks that obstruct some of their face. They have like the very nondescript black clothing. They probably have like tattoos of Cobra insignias like on their necks and stuff, but they don't wear the standard uniform. They are meeting with some sort of cult. I mean, maybe there's like some weird offshoot that has been worshiping this Tiamat-like deity in the sky that is very similar to what we've been talking about. And these guys are trading them weapons. Kestrel, you're able to like swoop in. I'm sure we see some sick action scene with a lot of like boom, pow, kapow as you apprehend and defeat these thugs. But I think we see that same like laser pointer kind of dancing on your chest. And you quickly realize that it's kind of like bouncing off all these mirrors and planes of glass again. And approaching from the shadow, a figure with a gas mask, a long black duster, black shirt, one eye severely dilated. Always on the move, harder than ever to track down.
I kick one of the unconscious bad guys lightly, more just like nudging them with my boot. I knew these guys were too easy.
Harold pulls down his mask, revealing the face of William Ward. He pulls out a pack of Lucky Strikes, kind of like packs it on the back of his hand. It's a soft pack one, kind of clicks out, puts it in his mouth, and lights it.
These things will kill you.
I wouldn't be so lucky. For
Give up
someone
the
who's
name,
always
but you didn't give up the brand.
I chose the pack of cigarettes when I was 14. I'm not switching up now. And unfortunately, in terms of the fortune's favor that I have, I don't get to choose. Though aspects of it, I think, have been revealed to me. I'm curious. Do you dream? Or do you just sleep and wake up?
You sound like sounds like a first date question. Why do you want to know if I dream?
Because I do. Every night. I'm the same thing. He's still speaking to me, Kestrel. Sometimes I can see him. Or have you forgotten? So quickly.
I'm going to walk right up to you and I'm going to take the cigarette from your hand. Just kind of turn it over and look at it. Speaks to me too. Still. And I'm going to drop the cigarette and step on it.
He tells
What's your
me
point?
He tells me the world should be ours. Not just mine. You were there too.
You think that they want to co-landlord planet Earth with you?
Humans are a hierarchical species. Naturally, we form groups, subgroups, of rulership, of slavery. I would just prefer to be at the top.
You do realize that the top of the Earth hierarchy still puts you at the bottom of their hierarchy.
It's a cosmic caste system. I don't know what you want me to do about it. I don't write the rules. I just play the game.
There's no rules in this game,
There are.
William. You're just making them up. That doesn't make them rules.
Aren't all rules just made up? The lines on the street just made up? You don't have to drive in your lane. You choose to. Invisible boundaries. For what? We aren't like them, Kestrel. We're not like anybody. We're not even like each other. We're alone. God forbid I feel good about something. Myself.
I could feel good about believing in a dream that was implanted in my brain to make me feel good. But I'm not foolish enough to believe that they want any sort of trust in us to rule this place. We appointed ourselves as protectors and guardians over the normies, if you will. Because they're a danger to themselves. But I don't think they want us to co-lead with them. They want us to turn over leadership to them and we be subservient to them. We protect them, they protect us. They police us.
Well, I'll have you know, it seems as if everybody has figured out that Cobra has sold me a nuclear device. I plan to use it. You can
You plan to
try to
try
set.
to use it.
I don't know why everyone thinks I'm going to put myself in a position to be stopped. I'm not going to stand in Pinnacle Square with a bomb strapped to my chest. This isn't, you know what? I'll play it with you. When you guys stop me from leveling Pinnacle City, do you think that's my final ambition? My last hoorah?
I don't pretend to understand what your ultimate goal is. We're clearly interpreting what happened to us in very different ways. I don't want to guess. I don't want to try to figure it out. If you've got some big thing you want to tell me, tell me. Look me in the eye and tell me what you're going to do.
I'm going to gamble and hope my luck rolls out. I'm glad you're able to get Animalia back. King Cobra, I guess, is a fortunate addition. I'm sad I couldn't go with you. I understand why I couldn't.
I'm not going to lie. There may be a part of me that wishes maybe they stayed at whatever Fairweather was. Pinnacle
Why is
City
that?
would be in a better place without him, that's for sure.
He's a vacuum. Or his space exists in a vacuum. If King Cobra disappears, another will fill his shoes. Animalia, not so much. That, I suppose, does perplex me. She's your ally. You're the Warbirds.
Amalia is distracted.
Well, when you don't have a solid form that you stay in consistently, I can suppose that would make sense. Or do you mean something else?
Kind of shake my head, almost like clearing, kind of like as if you realize you're staring off into space, and just kind of shake my head and realize, wait a minute. Don't get me talking about mine and Animalia's relationship and what's going on. We were talking about your ambitions to destroy Pinnacle City and your bullshit answer that you're going to gamble and hope your luck pays off. Metaphor. I asked you to tell me straight what you're planning to do.
I think Harold reaches into his pocket and he pulls out like a burner cell phone and he tosses it to you. And all it is a timer. There's like 48 minutes on it. He just looks at you. You've always been good at finding things right. Well, there's my gamble. You've got allies. Stop me.
Remind me, does Lucky Strike / the Herald fly? I don't think he does.
I don't think I think I might have like mild superhuman like reflexes and strength. Like I'm not like lifting cars, but I'm fighting superheroes, So it's like you kind of got to be able to at least take a punch or punch in return. So I think I have like just above normal human abilities. But I don't think I have any like flight or anything like that. I did jump out of a spaceship.
True.
But that might have just been luck.
The reason I ask is as soon as you showed toss the cell phone with the timer. I'm immediately, you see sort of that second set of lids blinking over my mask as my scanners kick in. And I'm immediately starting to, like, just running a scan, grabbing as much data on any kind of trace, anything, smells, chemicals, foreign dirt, whatever, basically capturing 3-dimensional and sensory data in this moment. And then I'm going to launch myself at you, wrap my arms around you, and fly us straight up into the air.
I think as you impact into me and take I think the herald just starts laughing.
And the urge to do a Batman voice. Where's the bomb? But literally, as she's holding you and flying straight up into the air, looking you right in the face. Where is it?
I don't know.
You wouldn't have given me the timer if you didn't want me to at least try to find it.
But if I wanted you to try, I would never make it easy. You can drop me. It'll make no difference.
I'm just looking you in the eyes. And I think you see, even through the mask, you see Kestrel fighting to be something she's not. She's not a killer. You know she's not going to drop you. And then you just get sort of a frustrated cry of just that, almost just probably right in your ear, just that full volume warbird screech. And I may not drop you, but I'm going to sure as heck inconvenience you. And I'm going to fly to the pinnacle of Pinnacle City, to the tallest building, and I'm going to deposit you on the roof. A little rough, maybe drop you from about 10 or 15 feet. While on the move, just sort of drop you, kind of fly up, turn over, and just sort of hover there for a moment. And then I am going to look at the phone, which is probably by now at like 45 minutes or 44 minutes, and give out another cry. And then you hear just sort of tap on the communications and little heads up display just calling Animalia. And that's where I'm going to end the scene. That did not go well.
Oh, that was beautiful though. Holy shit.
That was a great scene, no doubt. Yeah.
Throwing the phone with the timer already in progress. That was the move.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Why would I give you a chance to defeat me? I'm not some comic book hero, Dan. I started the timer 30 minutes ago.
And it says 48 minutes, but it's actually like 18.
Did you install the timer in upside down? 708 minutes.
That says boobs. 80085.
No, that went very bad. That is definitely. Oh, you're already giving it to me.
Sounded like that's what you were going for.
Yeah. That was absolutely a black die.
Okay. Brava, yo. I love it because like there's not roles, but like you can still have action in a Fiasco game. It's great.
I know there was a part of me that was like, I want to make a perception check, see if I can sense any materials.
In the last
Roll for grapple.
in the last game, there was something where I was like, and then I'm gonna try and do this, and like everyone kind of just paused, and I was like, all right, I can just do that.
Yep.
Like I don't have to try to do it. I just do it. So this time I try to keep that in mind. So it's just like, I'm just gonna start fucking doing shit.
Hell yeah. I mean, again, like, that's the beauty of picking these, like, really strong genre archetypes, is, like, we all know how that scene goes. We know, like, when the moment feels right, for it to happen between these two characters and the way that it goes down. Like, it was an excellent scene. Excellent call. All right. Baron, do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
Well, I think I want to do
The cha-cha.
You know what? I'm gonna let you guys decide on this one then, and I will
Okay.
put my finger down on the next one.
All right. So another establish. What do y'all think? Where do we want to see the Herald?
Do we want to do the actual, because I know this was mentioned during the first act, do we want to do the actual exchange of the bomb between King Cobra and the Herald? So it'd be like a mini flashback, I
Ooh.
guess.
Okay.
See, I don't think that's like what real information will we get out of that besides
That is fair.
Cobra's a
That's
chatty
true.
Cathy.
Oh, so right.
Chatty
I mean,
Cathy.
right. It's like he got a bomb from the guy in town most likely to have a bomb.
Not wrong.
Who's got a bomb?
True. I mean, it could also be because I imagine that would have happened. It would have been post the Mechanist's conversation with King Cobra. So, like, maybe the Herald susses out that something's going on here. Like, this isn't the same kind of like conversation that he was expecting to have. I
I'm not
assume.
entirely sure the Herald even cares.
Sure.
That's also true.
Like,
that's also
it's
true.
it's all puzzle pieces. I think
Mhm.
he's just
Sure.
very detached and disassociated.
Yeah, I'm getting very.
Actually, let me say I can't say shit. I'm not.
I'm getting very very lack of empathy from
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Zero.
Yeah, apathetic.
what's the sociopath? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of sociopaths are apathetic.
Sociopathy is a fun thing.
Could always
so,
do. Oh, go ahead. Okay.
No, go ahead, please.
I just say, didn't Animalia want to have a scene with the Herald too? Like, this would probably also be a flashback of like maybe when he was still Lucky Strike and he left. Because
Could
we
be.
had the scene between Kestrel and Lucky Strike.
Maybe she went to look for him after Kestrel had said that he had left and she wants to get the truth.
Yeah.
So post Fairweather, going to talk to Animalia, going to talk to
Before he was the Herald.
Lucky Strike.
Before he was
Yeah.
the Herald.
Yeah.
Identity crisis. Lucky Strike.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah.
It's not a phase bomb.
Take off the eyeshadow.
Never.
William Ward definitely had his own spin-off series, or at least like a eight issue
Absolutely.
special comic.
It was psychedelic as fuck. Well, where would this scene take place, guys?
Let's see. How about once again it takes place at the cottage? He's coming. He made sure that Kestrel wasn't there, and he's coming to get the last of his things.
Ooh. Nasty breakup.
It is. It's a nasty breakup.
So I think there is a knock at the door. And a silence that follows.
When the door opens, it's Animalia, but she doesn't have her suit.
See, it's funny you say that because Lucky Strike is in street clothes with his mask in his hands. I think you also see that he has like a half-smoked cigarette hanging from his lips, kind of loosely ashing.
You see her, and there's this familiar smile, but there's this sadness in her eyes. Let me have one of those.
He reaches into like a flannel shirt pocket and kind of like smacks it against the back of his hand. One emerges. He reaches over with the pack to you.
And she takes it. And she has her own lighter on her, and she lights a cigarette and takes a very, very deep drag. One thing that you and Kestrel have only ever noticed is that she only does this when she is under extreme stress.
I feel like as the resident cigarette giver to everybody, I know the signs for everybody.
Exactly.
I think as you look up, you see Lucky or William has both of his eyes are normal, but as you're looking, you see the left one like growing, and he kind of like smacks his head. It ashes the cigarette. His eyes normal again when he opens it. You can invite me in.
Of course.
It's not really my place to just walk in somewhere I'm not necessarily welcome anymore.
Oh, stop that. You're always welcome. And she already has a pot of tea on the table, 2 teacups, and she gestures for you to sit down.
William tosses his cigarette into like a rusty coffee can that sits slightly by the door. That's filled with, Lucky Strike butts.
Oh, she just brings hers in. At this point, she's not caring.
I would come in and take a glass. Thinking of retiring.
Is that so?
Yeah, my heart's not really in it anymore.
What happened while I was gone?
A lot. A lot happened. We
Well,
were gone for a while.
I know. It wasn't a plan to be gone that long.
There's always a plan and it never goes according to it. You kind of just get used to it. I don't blame you. I'm not mad at you. I just think in the grand scheme of things, I'm moving in a different direction. I've been working at Diaz Labs. I don't know.
That's a good place for you.
And in truth, Kestrel and I just don't see eye to eye anymore. And this city just might not be big enough for the two of us. And let's be fair, she was a better hero than I ever was.
That's not true. You both could easily go on your own.
Unfortunately, she and I just don't think that to be the case.
You both need to learn that everyone has different opinions.
Well, it's kind of like in a breakup, one person gets the friend group, Kestrel gets the city.
Well, I will tell you this right now. Don't be afraid to get in touch with me. If you ever need anything, you know I'm here.
I know that. I am happy that she was able to bring you guys back. I don't know if the information I gave her was any help, but things of space, I guess, in that nature are always kind of weird.
The information you gave her.
Yeah. I told her where to find you. and you see his eyes dilating again, but he doesn't smack his head, and it just kind of gets large.
William, are you all right?
Fine. Why?
She kind of taps her eye.
He like smacks his head and returns to normal. It's nothing. You can only get hit hard so many times before your body starts to not like it anymore.
You were always terrible at lying, but I won't pry.
Are you mad?
Why would I be mad?
Because things happened while you were gone. I just worry.
I'm upset at the situation. I do believe Kestrel could have handled this far better. She could have waited. But she believes she made a choice in the moment. And I was gone. So I have to allow her to have that.
I can respect it.
I don't know what all you wanted packed up, but I did pack up some of your things to make it a little easier.
He takes the box. There's various tool belt items and like an old Lucky Strike logo, not like the brand, but his super emblem. There's a half carton of cigarettes.
And on top of all of these things in the box is a symbol of the warbirds, and it actually has like a lucky strike symbol, a symbol for Animalia, and a symbol for Kestrel. And it almost looks like a plaque. And she has placed that on top. Never forget. And always remember that while she might not be on your side now, she may turn to you one day. You just give her a little bit of grace.
I think he stares kind of lost in thought at the box for a moment, and then he looks up and he says with a smile on his face, his eyes dilated again, "Don't worry. I'll fix things."
I hope that you do. Stay as long as you like.
He puts down the tea that he didn't drink any of. I'm sorry, I don't have long. I've got a meeting to get to tonight.
Do you know?
Yeah.
You'll be all right.
I'm always all right.
I'm allowed to worry.
I've got luck on my side.
That was a lovely catchphrase.
I think that might be seen.
Certainly
like
feels
that.
like it.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
So I get to decide.
You get
Yeah,
to resolve.
I'm
I don't know. I don't know. Did that go good for me? It didn't go bad. I got my stuff. I got to have a nice
I feel like
conversation.
You got your
I
CD
would say
collection
good
back.
for you.
I
Yeah.
got my CDs back. A couple of my
I
DVDs.
got my
You got-
mixtape back.
Get your mixtapes back.
My
I
old
would say
t-shirt.
white dye.
As I say, I would say white dye just because you had a normal conversation with what could be considered, your mentor as well. And while she didn't pry, she made sure that you knew that there was always somebody on your side and that you could always come back.
Potential redemption foreshadowing? No,
Someone
I'm the
develops a
bad guy.
conscience.
It
yeah.
ain't gonna be me.
Someone
It ain't gonna
develops a
be this
conscience.
motherfucker.
You ain't gonna call me that.
You trust that, brother?
My tummy feels funny when you
My
talk to me
tummy
about
feels
this stuff.
I feel bad.
My tummy hurt.
Perfect. Okay, that's a white die for the Herald. Okay, next up, Jason. Do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
I'm gonna establish. Austin, I will be roping in the
First of the
mayor
game.
relatively quickly. There's going to be a little bit of a run up to this, but I will try to keep this brief so we can get to the meat and potatoes. So I
Ooh.
think what happens is uh, Lucky Strike, the Herald, as you're leaving to go and sort of meet with Kestroth, this place where your hired goons are kind of drawing her attention. I think we see this again, kind of like a comic book panel of your boot stepping on a letter that's placed outside of wherever you're living at the moment, and there's no name on it. There's just this little cog symbol on the letter, and I think as we're kind of focusing on that, we hear Dyson Diaz speaking, kind of like a voiceover almost, as we hear, William, there are so many things I wish I could say to you, my friend, my student. I have always admired your intellect and pragmatism, yet these traits were balanced with a willingness to do whatever it takes to help others. I understand that people can be short-sighted, they can be cruel and selfish, but the truth is, most of them are just scared. They are scared of loss, scared of pain, scared of death, or scared of being forgotten. That is the purpose of a hero, isn't it? To pursue the greater good, no matter how terrified they may be. And I think we flash briefly to some kind of like underground laboratory workshop, and we see like this bank of computer monitors, and several of them show the Herald's masked face with sort of that one dilated eye next to William Ward's face with that same eye covered with the medical bandage when he injured himself at Dyson Industries, as well as like overlapping voice recordings. And we realize that this is how Dyson, the mechanist, figured out that his student is the Herald, essentially. As the voiceover comes back, in truth, William, I am also scared. I am scared because you, my brilliant friend who I trust above all others, are a real, present danger to the innocent men, women, and children of this city. You are the Herald. This I know now. The city teeters on the brink of destruction, yet I fear we find ourselves on the opposite sides of a conflict as old as civilization itself. The conflict between those that believe destruction is the only path forward, and those that wish to preserve and create. And I see kind of another transition to a comic panel of Dyson in his typical rumpled suit, thanking the members of his personal staff before dismissing them with like generous severance packages. And we see him looking up at sort of the foyer of his home towards this portrait of himself, of his wife Teresa, and their daughter Celestine. Probably one of the few images of them together. And we see as the staff is filing out, kind of clutching their envelopes, looking at each other, confused. Why are they being dismissed? What's going on? I think we see this like little drop of some kind of like black, oily, like coolant or something kind of trickle out of one of Dyson's gray eyes as the voiceover continues and finishes. I love you like a son, William, and my heart aches at the thought of what you must have experienced to change you so dramatically. And I cannot let you detonate a nuclear bomb in this city. I cannot allow you to end so many lives simply because you have allowed fear to overrule that pragmatism I admired so much. Forgive me, my friend, for what I must do. I think we end with seeing Dyson turning the lights off in his very humble house on sort of the outskirts of Pinnacle City. I imagine it's a relatively nice, like 2-story home, but he's shutting off the lights, and we see one Dyson leave, and then another, and then another, and we see 6 Dysons and 6 mechanists just scatter in all directions, but they all slowly converge on Pinnacle City. As the Diaz family's home on the outskirts of Pinnacle City is dark and empty. All the electronics inside are stored out. And then, Austin, I'm actually going to pass this over to you. So King Cobra told the mechanist where the holiest of holies for the mayor is. which is where the Mechanist believes he is keeping Celestine. What is the setup essentially surrounding Celestine? If you could kind of describe that for us.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was actually planning on going there next scene, so I can I already have
I
some
got
stuff
you,
in
baby.
mind. So the children's hospital
Mm,
that was built and opened, there is a secret sub basement.
nice.
Um, that's probably all that King Cobra would have known about. He may not know known the details of it or the interior, but he probably did know that there is like a combination in the elevator that if these buttons are pressed and held in certain orders and rhythms, it will bring the elevator down to this sub basement.
Okay. Yeah, so I think you actually get a text, Alistair, on your phone, um, from someone that works in this facility, like one of the, I don't know if you have like scientists or hirelings, whoever it is that helps to maintain this sort of underground facility, just saying, come quick. And I think, depending on how you arrive, I think you see, I imagine probably is some kind of tank, essentially, where there is this, I guess now she would be 11-year-old girl with sort of very dark hair, sort of suspended in this, I imagine like, just because why not? It's like this glowing green fluid, wearing some kind of like wetsuit, essentially, with all these sort of like tubes and different contraptions sort of attached to her. And sort of looking up at her, you see Dyson Diaz. You see not the Mechanist, you see just this shaved head man in his mid to late 40s, just looking up, his face sort of bathed in the green glow from the tank. And I think as he hears your footsteps, I don't think you see any of the scientists. I think maybe you would probably see like a body or two, but for the most part, they all seem to have left. But as he hears your footfalls, not turning around, he says, Alistair. So this is where she's been the whole time.
Not the whole time. She's needed to be moved a number of times. There are people in the city to stay ahead of, and you're one of them. But I guess I didn't stay as far ahead as I was hoping. What brings you to my, for lack of a better term, secret lair?
Why would you not let me see her? She's older. Kind of like reaches out a hand, kind of puts it in the glass of the tank.
Well, not as much older as you might expect. I've devoted considerable resources to holding her in sort of stasis, but it's degrading. There's there's not much more I think I'm going to be able to do. I've I know you probably don't believe me, but I have been searching for a cure. It was never in my intention to hold your daughter away from you for so long. And you may not believe me when I say this, but I'm sorry. I I shouldn't have held it over your head. Um, Dyson, I'm so tired. This city, this city is eating itself. And every person that's supposed to be protecting it or controlling it, they're just they're just pushing it deeper down the throat of the snake.
With a sigh. And then you watch Alistair as his head turns 180 degrees to look at you. You hear the tearing of synthetic skin as he looks at you with his front still facing towards the tank, and he says, I don't know if you know this, but Huntington's chorea disease is It is hereditary, more often than not. A few years back, there was an accident at one of Dyson Industries' robotics laboratories, the largest one. At the time, Teresa Diaz was the head of the robotics division. Dyson's disease had gotten worse, the disease that he passed on to his daughter. And he had made his peace. He had written up his will, he had decided, and I think you hear his voice start to change into the Mechanist's voice. He had decided that he was going to accept the end. He had written his last will and testament. He had prepared letters for his friends, loved ones. But Teresa, his wife, could not let go. She was brilliant. She had a technology that he had never seen before, that even I don't understand. So, as he lay in his bed, waiting for the end, she took him to the robotics lab, made a copy of his thoughts, his hopes, his dreams, everything that made him who he was, put it on a microchip, and put it inside a robotic duplicate. Body turned, so now it's facing the same way as the head, with synthetic flesh, synthetic blood, a synthetic man. You can imagine my shock when I woke up in a body that was mine, but also Dyson's, with memories, thoughts, and feelings that were his, but were mine. I shattered. And when I came to, most of the research was destroyed, and Teresa was dead. I killed my creator. There has not been an actual living, breathing Dyson Diaz in years. Just me, and the duplicates that I created from the scraps of Teresa's research that I could recreate. But I swore to myself that I would keep her, and he looks back over his shoulder at Celestine, I would keep her safe. You know, I may be a monster, Alistair, but you are scum. You are vermin. Keep her away from me, from him. You call King Cobra this wicked monster, this horrible beast. At least he is honest about what he is. So, because I made a promise, and because you are not as important as the nuclear bomb that is putting this city in dire peril, I'm going to ask you once. Will you let me take her with me? Or do you want me to kill you?
Been trying to find a way to release her to you without her dying. I don't know how long she'll have if you bring her out of the stasis, but please, can you give me 24 hours?
No.
There's something I have to tell you.
Then tell me quickly. And I think you start to see like something shifts, and you hear like the tearing as these four mechanical tentacles just sprout out of Dyson's back. One of them opens, revealing sort of the barrel of a laser. Speak quickly, Mr. Mayor.
He takes a really deep breath, and there's a pained look on his face. You're not going to like what I have to say, but I've been hearing these rumors of a device in the city. And you remember, of course, the civil servants program that you helped me launch.
Mm-hmm.
I've got them looking everywhere in the city. But your daughter's playing an integral role in that. She is the nexus of a neural network that is helping to control these robots. More than that, she's the only thing keeping King Cobra's back door that he installed from activating and giving control of this army to him. I've already called Animalia and Kestrel. I'm going to come clean with them. I'm going to tell them everything. I'm going to tell them what I've been doing. I'm going to tell them about your daughter. And once King Cobra is out of the picture, then you can take her. And I will take her place, and I will enter the vat. I will control the robots. But please, don't let Cobra take over this city. I've let him get away with far too much.
What is Alistair's dominant hand?
I think he's definitely right-handed. Like
Cool.
he's yeah.
There is a
He's central
blast.
casting. Like,
There is a blast of green laser fire from that tendril. And if you will allow Austin, I think it burns a hole right through his right hand, essentially, like about the size of like a silver dollar, just right through his hand. And kind of scorches the ground. As this thing that is Dyson Diaz, but is also not Dyson Diaz, kind of advances on you with these tentacles kind of up and out. And he says, "Why should I not give this city over to King Cobra? As I said, he does not pretend to be what he is not. He will make the tough decisions. He will not cower behind his pet birds or a child. He will
yeah,
be the villain this city needs.
Alistair
You
is
are
on his
weak."
knees, tears just streaming as he's biting back screams. Why do you prefer a monster who knows and wants to be a monster to someone who at least is trying? Let me try.
Are you
I've
trying? How are you trying? Is this, and he points back to the tank, is this trying? You aren't trying. It's a facade. Just like that smile for all of your shareholders, all of your supporters, all of your constituents. It's not enough. You are not enough. But King
You
Cobra
think I don't
is.
know that? I'm not good enough for this city. I'm not strong enough for this city. I know that. I've given up everything that I cared about and everything that I thought I wanted to be to just try to keep this city teetering on the edge. That's all I've been able to do. I can't save it.
I put you in this position with the money that I donated to you. What a disappointment. If you want to try, go meet the warbirds and the mechanist and help them find a nuclear device. That should be the priority, not King Cobra. He can be dealt with later. If you want to try.
Fine. Fine.
He turns, yeah.
He pulls up a
Mhm.
pad and starts like typing in a passcode. And like I don't know how connecting to the mechanist works. I'm just imagining like a little blue light just goes bing, and you just got like a connection request from this this thing, and he passes control of the civil servants to you.
Interesting. Yeah, I think he's starting to turn and he stops when you do that. And again, very disconcertingly, the head rotates 180 degrees while the body is facing the other way. It's a start. Go. Go. now.
He takes one last look at the vault, like he's like cradling his hand. You stop this. This city, it doesn't deserve what's coming for it. Doesn't deserve what it's already had either, but I've got some things I need to do.
Go and help the warbirds. That should be your first and only priority. If you do care, if you are trying, the Herald has to be stopped. And I think as he turns, I think he just like grabs like an office chair and just like sits by the tank. And I think as you're maybe starting to leave, Alistair, you hear the first like gentle notes from some speaker in this robotic body. Claire de Lune starts playing very softly. And I think you see kind of the metal tentacles just kind of reaching and like plugging into the tank. And very quietly, you just hear, "Hello, Celestine." And I think unless there's anything else from the mayor, I think that could be an end to the scene.
Brava.
That hurt my
right.
whole body.
Oh, I was thinking about that for weeks, or a
Oh my
week, I
God.
guess.
Ugh.
Yeah. Thank you, Austin, for letting me ramble before getting into that. That was great. I appreciate it.
Okay. Wow.
I love that.
So everybody, how do we think that worked out for old Dyson there?
That is the purest white dye I've
I was
seen.
about to say
Yeah.
that is the purest
Alright,
white I have ever seen.
Perfect.
Pure as
Other
the
than already being
driven
dead,
snow.
that seemed to work out pretty well.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, semantics.
You know.
You can't weirdly kill me in Fiasco if I can't die.
Yes. I've figured it out. I've beaten the system.
I beat the game.
I beat the game.
You cannot kill what is already dead.
It's true. What is dead cannot die.
All right. Okay, so Austin, do you want to establish, or do you want
Boy,
to?
I
resolve?
was, and we were going to establish under the children's hospital
Mm.
and reveal some shit about Celestine. I will resolve because I am unideaed.
Unideaed. Okay. That means it is up to the rest of us to idea. What are we thinking, gang? Where do we want to see the old mayor?
I mean,
Maybe
we
meeting
could
with
do
the
talk.
warbirds?
I was just gonna say that seems pretty important.
Yeah, kind of right on the tail end of what just happened. Or maybe not right on the tail end, but you know, the
Why do you have a hole in your hand?
Unless he goes to see King Cobra instead.
That could be too.
Ooh.
Depends on what kind of person is Alistair Andrews really. Is he trying? Is he not trying?
Hmm.
He goes in shakily with a gun. It's like, I'm gonna
I was
end
about to
this.
say.
Only I can lead this city.
So what do we want? What do we want to do? Warbirds?
I mean,
King
I
Cobra?
kind of feel like, although I know Austin, you're resolving. Like, what do you think
Yeah.
of those options? I'm just curious, like from a character perspective, because you know the mayor better than we do.
I'm personally kind of hoping to save that King Cobra confrontation for the next
end.
go around.
go-around?
Yeah, because that
fair.
feels like that's gonna not end well for one of us.
Okay.
Excellent.
And
So
I think
yeah,
I know
maybe
which
the
one of
Warbirds?
us.
Okay. So yeah, the Warbirds. What's a good superhero movie place or a comic book place that we haven't seen yet?
Done on top of a building. We've done an abandoned construction
Warehouse.
site. We've done warehouse. We've done the docks.
We've done the docks. We've done a bar or a club.
Yep.
Right.
nightclub.
And we did like the lair, the cottage, air
Mhm.
quotes.
Mm-hmm.
What's another like really like iconic superhero kind of location? Maybe like a park-ish. Like I don't know.
I
It
was
feels
about
kind
to
of
say, kind of like a park.
The top of the police station.
The top of the next to the
Okay.
warbird signal.
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
mean, honestly, sure,
I was
sure.
gonna say
Or
he could
the
pull.
mayor's office
I was gonna say
with his red phone.
with his
Honestly,
red phone.
that could. I actually like that a lot. He calls him into his office to have this conversation and kind of
I
figure out
was
what
going
they're
to
going to do.
say, did we do? Where was the ceremony? Because last time the mayor was with the.
The ceremony was
At
in
the
front of the
children's
children's
hospital.
hospital.
Okay, so I was thinking just a little twist on it. Because this is after the meeting with.
Correct. After the meeting with the mechanist.
So
Mm-hmm.
what if it's your penthouse
Oh.
and you're being tended to by a private doctor? And
Sounds-
the warbirds show up on the balcony. And just in a fun little IMDb movie trivia, the penthouse that is the mayor's is the same penthouse that I think Sarah's character owned in our
In our clue game?
The clue
in our
game.
clue game.
Oh my god, that's such a
Oh,
deep cut.
Nice.
Didn't some guy like fall off the roof or some shit?
Ouch.
And
There's one of
and it-
there's her painting in the background of her on
Just establishing it's in the same universe.
Oh my god.
My
That hurts
God.
my whole body.
Fantastic.
It's funny where I thought you were going with that is like in the movie version, this is the same set used for King Cobra's penthouse, just like made up differently.
all the snake paintings have been moved off.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it's the same one used in Dark Knight, and this is where we spent all the budget of the movie.
Yeah, there you go.
House.
No, this is just the director's penthouse. That's why all those movies are made here.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Perfect. Okay. Mayor's
I
penthouse.
do think I know there's a duplicate of the mechanist that's sort of shadowing Animalia. I think for this he's gonna stay downstairs, so this is just the three of them just kind of having this moment. I think it makes more sense for that to be the situation there, so he's not in the middle of all that.
Thank
So
you.
the warbirds come flying in. Probably just nothing dramatic other than the fact that we're landing on the balcony of a penthouse, but just sort of very, I just imagine that sort of coming in, flaring, and just touching down with that almost like Superman landing softly kind of, and just continuing the motion and walking through the open penthouse door to where you are being tended to. And probably since this is a warbirds meeting, Kestrel will be quiet, waiting for Animalia to take the lead. Or the mayor.
As soon as you enter, I do think that the mayor looks to the doctor, and like doesn't even say anything. He just kind of like gestures with his eyes towards a door. And he like before the guy leaves, he just like reaches into the doctor's bag, pulls out a little bottle of pills, and like he's like, "This will be fine for now." And he just downs that with like the rest of his whiskey glass. And you see that he's got like a half bandaged hand. There's like blood and scorch marks that are still visible on his hand. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Let's get right down to it. I don't think we have a lot of time. I know neither of you have been my biggest fans. I haven't done much to earn your respect or your loyalty. I need to be honest with you. You probably already noticed I've asked you too many times to pull your punches with the snake. We've had a deal. We've had a deal in place since I was first running. I look the other way when I think it's something that the city can take. And he, for the most part, keeps the worst elements of crime in our city under control. But he's planning something. He's trying to overthrow. He's gotten the upper hand, and I don't think I'm useful to him anymore. I know that this is not what you do, but it's time the Cobra dies. I can't be the one to do it. He'd see me coming a mile away, but you two could get in there. You could get him. I think he has something to do with this bomb threat that I keep hearing about. I assume we have time to deal with that, but he's only going to make things worse. And this is the last thing I will ask you to do. I can no longer serve this city effectively. I've been compromised in too many ways.
I think Animalia looks at Kestrel with this look of disbelief. Like he's asking us to kill somebody. And then she looks back at the mayor. Can I ask you a question?
Sure. At this point, there's no point in hiding anymore, lying. What do you need to know?
Well, I suppose this is a 2-for-1. One, what makes you think that we are going to kill someone? And 2, what brought this on? What happened? I suppose that's a 3-for. My apologies.
I think that it was worth asking you to kill him because you two are heroes. And he will plunge this city into darkness if he gets the chance. I've met with the man many times. He is unapologetically a monster. He cares nothing for the people that live in this city. I know I haven't always done the best for the people who live here, but he would burn it to the ground just to profit off the ashes. And as to what has brought this about, I had some protection. Another horrible thing that I was forced to do, but that protection has eroded. I thought maybe the civil servant program could replace the assistance I was receiving, but that's not mine to control. Cobra has implemented some sort of backdoor. He can get in if it's too much to explain, but there's one thing preventing him.
Oh, Alistair, I have all the time in the world. Please explain.
No, we don't.
That is true. He needs to stay alive. We need to find a bomb.
Do you have some further information about the bomb? Is there...
I have nothing to share with you, good sir. What I will say is if you continue to mix the pills with the alcohol, you're not going to wake up in the morning, and then that is going to be a conversation I don't want to have with anyone since I was one of the last people in here. Castro,
How many pills do you think it would take?
I don't know, but I'm not going to let you have any more. You need... Everyone needs to know. This is the time to write a book. So, you actually see her, she like turns away from the mayor and she looks at Kestrel. What's the timer look like?
It's a digital clock with numbers counting down.
You're not funny.
Sorry, that was over the table. That was Jake.
I think it says 19 minutes.
Perfect. Let's get back
Um,
out there then.
I'm gonna walk over to Mr. Mayor. You said that Cobra has a back door into your civil servants program. Are you sure about that? How sure are you about that?
Pretty sure he supplied some of his company supplied some of the integral parts, and I had the best people I could examine them, but it appeared after they went live that there was a second signal. I've been able to block it through some means I would rather not discuss.
You've got
But
your own geek patrol.
Why has he not mentioned this to Dr. Diaz?
okay, full disclosure, Diaz is not really the kind of ally that I've made him out to be. I've uh, I've had his daughter in stasis. It started as a mutual agreement to try to cure her of a debilitating degenerative disease, but eventually I realized I needed him on my side, and the only way I could extort his resources was to withhold his daughter from him.
I'm gonna, as I walked over to you, I'm gonna reach out and just gently take your injured hand, and I'm going to finish wrapping the bandage around it. We have 17 minutes left, Mr. Mayor. And while this cleansing of your consciousness might make you feel good, in 17 minutes, it's not going to matter. You have tech people that worked on maintaining and communicating with the civil servants program. And I'm going to wrap the bandage a little tighter, and I'm squeezing the injured hand a little tighter. Get them reverse engineering the back door. If we can find out where Cobra is, maybe he has a back door into this nuclear device that he gave to the Herald. If we all survive this, then I will personally fly you to the nearest confessional so you can unburden your soul.
Oh, you won't have to do that. Everything records.
I appreciate your pragmatic plan, but at this point, you'll have to talk to the mechanist. He has the keys to the city, so to speak. I I gave over control of the civil servant program to him before I came here. He's the one that did this, but it was justified, if I'm being honest. I'm surprised he didn't do worse.
I think Animalia, with the look of a proud parent looking at Kestrel and how she just did this. Come, my dear. Let's go find that bomb. And get all hands on deck.
I will give one last reassuring squeeze to the mayor's injured hand, pressing my thumb into that indentation where the hole is. Do feel better. And then I will release your hand and go with Animalia.
Yeah, he stands shakily, starts to pour another glass of whiskey with a trembling hand, gets about like a finger in, and then just kind of shoves the glass and just takes a big old swig from the bottle as he watches you fly away. Black die.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That was rough.
Just a little bit.
When
We have
even
all the
Kestrel
time
is
in the
done with
world.
his shit. It's so
we have
funny.
all the
I'm
time in the world. No, we
like,
don't.
like, this is great. Actually, no, we don't. So funny.
I know. Animalia is like, I want to hear all this. And then
I want
she's
to hear
like,
the goss.
I want to hear
I
the
know.
goss. And then it's like, oh shit, wait, I have to wait for the goss.
I know. I'm picturing this as like 3 pages in the comic book, and you're like, isn't
Yep.
there a timer that's still going?
Yeah, the reader's like, wait a second.
in the corner of every panel, the timer's just getting
Yeah.
smaller and smaller.
Yep.
Mhm. Like that Kiefer Sutherland show, 24,
Yes.
Mhm.
back in the day.
That was beautiful, Austin. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a fantastic scene. Well done. Okay, so it is now my scene. Okay. I think I want to do something a little untraditional. I'm going to establish. I think what we see is a television, like an old CRT TV, like set on top of a stack of cinder blocks at that construction site that we saw before. And it kind of comes on, and there's a news anchor sitting behind the desk, and it says, "Breaking news, Mayor Andrews has given all of the Thunder Boys 100% anonymity. They have been set out on parole. News at 10. And immediately we see an exterior of Dyson Industries, and like the 3rd floor like explodes, like just sending like glass and just shrapnel out from there. And we see like 4 of these robots, these civil servant robots that have been dressed in the clothing style and the colors, very like brown, very like bold and bright colors, very garish, that symbolizes the Thunder Boys like iconography. And these robots are like shouting and screaming and like laughing and hooting and hollering, and we see that same television now with the Thunder Boys wearing some kind of like VR get-ups as they are controlling this group of robots that have just committed this crime. And then we see like screens all over Pinnacle City starting to show this exact same footage of them having a grand old time taking out Dyson's laboratories. Somewhere we see King Cobra seated in his penthouse, watching this unfold on the news as the breaking news happens across the city and very quickly begins to kind of like take over the airwaves and the consciousness of the city, right on the precipice of this real disaster that might just unfold. And he just sits there with a coin, kind of like tumbling it over the back of his knuckles, and then passing it under his fingers, and then tumbling it down over the back of his knuckles again, just watching this unfold and laughing to himself quietly. I think that's the scene.
I dig it. Honestly, makes a lot of sense. A little
I
distraction.
didn't know you could do that.
You can do anything in this game.
I didn't know you could do that.
Do you hear me, Dave? I said I didn't know
New
I
meta
couldn't
just
do it.
dropped.
New meta just dropped. You can do anything. So, I mean, if you establish, so I guess we would resolve, right? So,
Yep,
I mean, I feel like
that's the
that's
It's
a
pretty-
white
pretty
die.
white die.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay.
I concur.
Distraction.
All right. Die for King Cobra. Okay, that brings us one time around the bend. So
Correct.
everybody's going to get one more scene before we do the finale. So before we do that, we're going to go ahead and take our breaks. We're going to take a 10-minute bio, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. And when we come back, we'll finish up the second part of Act 2 of Cape Draped Coffins. So sit tight, and we will be right back.
Boop.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our break. We are here tonight with the final portion of this Fiasco game, part 2 of Act 2 of Draped Coffins. Yeah, we're all Thunder Heroes. I just read the word Thunder Boys over in the chat. We're all Thunder Heroes, and we're all, trying to blow up the city, or not. Who knows? Okay, so this will be the last go around. One final scene for each character, as the main character at least. So, same rules as all the previous scenes. And our inaugural scene for this time around the table will be Sarah. Do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
I'm gonna establish.
Establish, okay. What are we seeing?
We are seeing after her talk with the mechanist, I even maybe assume it's after she gets the call from Kestrel about the timer. And when they finally meet up, maybe it's before they go to the mayor.
Okay.
And they're on the move. So I would like to have Kestrel with me, if that's okay.
Hell yeah.
So the way that we established this whole her finding out that Kestrel had some things that she didn't tell me, it was raining. So we're just going to assume it's still maybe just a light misting. And I imagine as the camera pans out, you see the roof of the children's hospital, and right smack dab on the helicopter pad is where Kestrel and Animalia meet.
H for helicopter, H for H-bomb.
Yep. I got here as quick as I could.
Well, every moment that we waste is a moment closer to the city blowing up.
Do you have any inkling of a location?
If I had any idea where this thing was, I wouldn't waste time trying to meet and figure things out. We've got a convoluted nest of possibilities.
We do.
He got the bomb from King Cobra.
Okay.
Does that mean that this bomb, is he working for King Cobra? Is this bomb going to blow up the city? Does King Cobra have some kind of plan that he's not even letting the Herald in on?
I don't know.
Are you sure?
I'm fairly certain. Why?
Are you sure you don't know what King Cobra's up to?
I am sure I do not know what King Cobra is up to.
Just that moment of us staring at each other as light rain continues to fall, and there's the faint sound of a timer clicking downward. Ever since you guys got back, it seems that we do less and less against King Cobra and King Cobra's henchmen.
You do realize I'm not in control of that. We get that from the mayor, correct?
Us working for the mayor is a formality. It's not a leash.
It is a leash.
Do you like being an animal in captivity?
Absolutely not. You shouldn't either.
I don't. That's why I'm not being held by any leash by the mayor or anybody else.
Then what is this? What is this backlash at me?
The timer is ticking down. We've got maybe 32 minutes left. That's assuming this is an accurate countdown that he
Exactly.
gave us. So, cards on the table. What's going on? If you have any, I don't even care. If you have any communication or anything going on with King Cobra
Why would I
that
have
can give us a
communication on
lead,
a bomb? Do you not think I wouldn't tell you something like that?
I don't know. I feel like you've said a lot less since you guys got back from
As have you.
Fairweather.
How did you really find out where we were?
Lucky Strike told me.
And how did
And I
he
didn't stick around to ask how he found out. I found out you were in trouble and I came for you.
Why did Lucky Strike leave?
Irreconcilable differences.
So your temper.
It's more than temper. He's a liability. Always has been.
Is that what I am now?
Thought we were talking about Lucky Strike. Are you making admissions or are you trying to put words in my mouth?
Well, the way that you're treating me and speaking to me makes it seem like you believe I am a liability. If I knew something, I would tell you. Do you want me to tell you something I haven't told you? Yes, we fucked on Fairweather. Does that make you feel better?
Not exactly what I was, the kind of details I was looking for.
Do you want the gory details?
No, I do not.
That's what I thought.
What I want to know is, are you still fucking
Are
King
we still
Cobra?
fucking? Yes. Would I tell you? Yes. Would I tell you if I found out he had a fucking bomb? Yes. I did not know. I do not mix work and pleasure. I prefer not to.
It kind of seems like you are. If you're with King Cobra, kind of is our work. A lot of what we're doing in this city is dealing
How many
with.
times have I told you to go after him? Because I knew that I wouldn't be able to.
And how many times didn't you tell me? That silence is speaking volumes. Meanwhile, he knows there's a bomb. He gave or sold to the Herald. Think, and all the time that you spend with him, and all the information we know about him, has he ever been the kind of person to give something like that away without having an ace up his sleeve?
No.
So then why are you pretending like you don't have the even possibility of getting some information from him?
Because that's compromising things. Because I am soft.
That's compromising things?
I am soft on him. It would be better if you went. That is why I try to send you. Because you will do what I can't. Now, I have a question. While this bomb is ticking and we're having a fight here, what happened while I was gone?
I kept the city from burning to the ground. We kept the city from burning to the ground.
You say we, but when I came back, there was only you.
Lucky Strike was always about taking gambles. And those gambles didn't always pay off.
You are
And it never
absolutely right.
stopped him.
Did you actually just try to talk to him, though?
I've tried to talk to him beyond what any normal person should put any kind of effort into making things work. Too many people die when he is supposed to be helping them. He's more of a shoot the hostage kind of person. And the fact that he has a bomb ticking to blow up the city should tell you that he's willing to burn everything to the ground. Good, the bad, and the ugly. And start over. Than trying to save those who can be saved. Than trying to preserve this city so that if and when we're not able to be the stewards of this city, maybe there's somebody else that can.
May I ask how you know all of this? There's
There was
something
a
deeper
time-
here that you're not letting me know.
There was a time, Kieran, when I would have come to you immediately to tell you everything. And the fact that I haven't should tell you that there's been a rift. So I don't feel like this duo, this dynamic duo, is working out.
Fine.
When
Miss
we find this
Adams.
bomb and disarm it or throw it into the sun or whatever we have to do, I think it's best if we go our separate ways.
Fine. If that is how you feel. I apologize for not being there when I should have.
Don't apologize. You were getting what you needed, where you needed. Look, I'm not trying to cockblock you, but
Let's go find a bomb. And she just walks off and steps off the building. And I think that's the end of the scene, unless you want to add
Woof.
something.
I was going to say maybe the only other thing would be that's when the mayor calls.
Oh, perfect.
Because it seems that in the sequence of events,
Yeah.
we next go to see the mayor.
To see the mayor.
Mhm.
And maybe that's
Dang.
why there was a little bit of
Tension.
coldness, little tension
Yeah.
unspoken in that other scene. It's like one of those, oh wait, I want to go back and watch that scene again and see
Right.
why things seem different.
Yeah, the context changes how everything is viewed.
I love it. That was
Fantastic.
great.
I had no
we
idea that
establish,
was
or
the
did you
direction we
establish,
were going to
Sarah?
go.
I didn't either.
But
I
all of a
had
sudden it
0.
turned into I'm
Welcome
gonna-
to Fiasco.
it just turned into a fiasco.
It
That's
really
what
did.
that's what I love, when you can just let go and be your character and just think
Mhm.
and act as that character in the scene. So
Exactly.
Fiasco is definitely a game of Tyler Durden take the wheel.
Yep.
that's a great way of putting it.
Yes. Well, she didn't get
Um,
as much information as she wanted.
True.
Did you establish, Sarah, or did you?
I established, so you guys resolve.
I feel like that's a
Okay.
black die.
Oh
To be
yeah.
totally
Yeah.
honest,
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel like
Yeah.
that was so rough.
That was
Ooh,
yeah. It was not
another
great.
team
for
breakup.
Animalia.
You
Yeah.
hate to see it,
Shame. Shame.
Same.
but who's the common denominator?
All these heroes can't just get along.
It's true. Got to get
Okay.
it together.
Jacob, do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
So there's this. I'm going to establish,
Mhm.
and I'm kind of taking a page out of your playbook. There's something I wanted to do in a previous scene, and it was somebody else's scene, and it felt like it would pull focus. But I think in this moment, and I think this is post conversation with the mayor, there's less than 15 minutes left on this countdown timer. And I think we see as what we didn't see at the end of the scene with the mayor was that when Kestrel and Animalia left the balcony, they flew in different directions. And to anybody watching, that might seem like a smart choice because we're splitting up to cover more ground. But I instead fly straight up. I fly up as high as I can above the city, and in a very reminiscent of Superman, just sort of floating above the city. And you hear, I think there's this moment where I close my eyes and I'm just listening. I'm listening to the chaos that the Thunder Boys are causing. I'm listening to these broadcasts that were playing that King Cobra was watching. There's a part of my brain, my mind, that keeps replaying the conversation with Animalia, and I consciously push that away. I take a deep breath, and all the sounds of the city grow quiet. And for a moment, it's just the wind whipping past me. And it really is quiet up here, this far above the city. And then in that silence, I reach out to the entity that contacted us, being the Herald, as he goes by now. If you are out there and you are listening, and you want an unblemished world to take control of, help me find this bomb. And I think there's more of that silence. And then we hear that sort of whispering, that oh, the word's escaping me now. The Cthulhu-esque horror, the word I wanted, I just lost.
Lovecraftian.
Eldritch. The Eldritch.
Or Eldritch, yeah.
Yes, the sort of Eldritch whispering. And I think what happens is what looks like the same color and energy that the portal was that we went through, which in my mind is this sort of turquoisey green with white and black kind of intermingled in it. Sort of, that energy doesn't form a portal, but it sort of moves, blending with the mist that's in the air, turning that mist into that sort of eldritch energy dripping across my uniform. And specifically as it runs down my mask, and then my eyes, when I open them, are the color of that eldritch energy. And with the aid of the extraterrestrials, with new eyes, I begin to scan the city with purpose, seeing it in a way that I've never seen it before. Whatever the eldritch version of the Matrix code is kind of what I'm seeing. And I think I'll leave it for a different scene to figure it out, but I think very quickly these sort of energies that are coalescing around just sort of focus in on a single point, almost like creating a pathway for me to follow. Again, pulling from oh my gosh, I'm blanking on movie titles. The Jake Gyllenhaal time travel movie with Frank the Rabbit. Somebody help me.
Donnie Darko.
Donnie
Yeah.
Darko. That sort of, and I begin just suddenly pull into a full-on dive following this pathway towards what I'm assuming is them showing me where this bomb is. And as I dive down into the city, the camera stays with me, or stays where I was. And I think that's going to be the scene.
Excellent. All
So
right.
I give myself over completely to I need a new boss. I just broke up with my other.
I'm gonna say, yeah.
I'll go with my other.
Okay. Everyone else?
Black
Uh,
die.
I was
Jake
gonna say I would
established.
call that a black die because she's
She let something in.
she let something in.
That's a good point. That is a very good point. Everybody seem on board with that? All right.
Kestrel was never meant to be a leader. She's always been somebody who needs somebody to follow.
Kestrel
needs the guidance.
compromises.
It's an excuse.
Yeah.
You don't have to take
Absolutely.
you don't have to take full responsibility for anything if somebody else is always in charge.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Spicy
Not as short
stuff.
as your scene, Jeremy, but
Oh, no. No, it was beautiful. Okay, Baron. Do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
I'm going to establish.
All right. What do we got?
Kestrel is diving towards a location. We see like foot traffic. There is a newly constructed monument at the square where the kaiju body had destroyed the apartment complex. In memoriam of those who lost their lives against unimaginable evil. Of such things comes great good. We commemorate this to the 72 people who'd never made it home. This is like a large like, I would say there's like statues of people, but like they're half like carved out, so like the statues leave an interesting like mosaic of people like holding hands and walking together, and then it's just like kind of metal in the monument. But there is a faint beeping from within the casing. The herald was deposited atop Pinnacle Tower, and I am not a super. So I think we see, I mean, where we last seen the herald, he was dumped at the top here, and Kestrel flew away. So I think there's a moment where he's still laughing as he's been dropped on the ground, and he kind of sits up. And after a second, he kind of like stands. He's not in any hurry, and he like dusts himself off, and he like takes his jacket off and kind of folds it and like sets it on the railing. And we see he's wearing like one of those flight suits, and he kind of like stretches, maybe like, you know, rolls his shoulder a little bit, and he jumps off the side of Pinnacle Tower. And we kind of see this aerial view moving from like a second person. And I think as he kind of crosses the city, we see the silhouette in the background of like Kestrel and Anomalia landing at the children's hospital. And it's kind of just like, in all this chaos brought on by a timer, I am free to do whatever I need to do. And I am just leisurely flying over the city. And I think when I land, it is ultimately when we see in the sky Kestrel shooting towards this casing. And I land outside the children's hospital. I think I kind of take the suit off. I'm wearing street clothes. I put on the mask that I was using as my disguise. My eye is heavily dilated. And I go inside. We flash cut to a reunion between the Herald and the Mechanist. If you join me, Jason.
Yeah, I think imagine because you like Austin had established you would have had to input that code or whatever. So hearing like the elevator come down or however you got down there, I think you don't see the Mechanist. You see Dyson Diaz. You see him sitting facing this tank with this dark-haired 11-year-old girl in a wetsuit in this, you know, suspended in this green glowing liquid. I think he, as he hears you coming in, he kind of stops and rises and turns. Oh, well, hello, William.
He like reaches into his pocket and pulls out your letter. I'm sorry I disappointed you.
I wish that you had told me what happened.
How do you
I wish
explain? How do you explain it?
I am somewhat familiar with the inexplicable. I think he takes a hand and he just rips off his own face, and you see this like again, this like metallic cyclopean visage with this sort of voice grill. I am sorry, William. I could have given you a unique perspective if you had thought to ask. If you had cared enough to ask.
It seems an easy answer now.
There are no easy answers, William. You know that.
I never told you what happened in the lab when I sustained my injury.
It was the particle accelerator, I thought.
That's what I said. A useful tool. And he like actually pulls out this device. It's streamlined and like clear plastic style technology where it's like I put something on it to protect it, but it's like this is a retro functioning particle accelerator. Kestrel and I in our fights with the extraterrestrials that have been plaguing the city, crossed a portal into a place that I cannot describe to you. And while I was there, I felt like an eternity and nothing had passed before me. And the next thing I knew, we were back. There's something out there. Something beautiful. And when you look at the squalor, strife, turmoil that we put ourselves through, it just makes me feel sick. I fought the voices that followed me out of that portal for weeks. Bouts where screams would overtake my thoughts that weren't mine. And one night I was working late at the lab, pursuing a lead with this, and it came on horribly, worse than it ever had. I thought my brain was going to split in two, and the only thing that I could do to make it stop was to slam my head into the desk as hard as I could. And ever since then, my eye has not undilated. The screams have not stopped. And I think I've come to realize what those screams are. And it is the agony and pain of purification that we will have to experience when it shows up. I could spare them all of that. Nuclear fallout kills those at a distance, but everyone in Pinnacle City will be incinerated in fractions of a second. But the screams that I have endured, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Unfortunately, the bomb itself is a side project. This, and he holds up the particle accelerator, this is the true prize of my labors. This is how I bring it here. And if anyone were to see me do it, I wanted it to be you.
I understand what it means to have your mind. And I think you hear the voice start to shift into the mechanist's voice. I understand what it feels like to have your mind shatter and to see the destruction and the devastation in your wake. It's not going to make it any better, William. You cannot ignore the good just because it is inconvenient to your worldview. I told you, I agreed with you. You said, what is the greatest threat to mankind? It's mankind. We've had this conversation before. But that doesn't mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater. I cannot let you do this. You know I can't. There are other duplicates out in the city. And I'm not alone either. And I think you start to hear the sounds of clanking as two duplicates of the Mechanist emerge from out of the shadows with the tendrils. But I'm not going to fight you. We both know how that ends.
Then help me.
I will help you as long as you do not bring that thing in. Help us prepare. The city is not in chaos, which is a good thing, but we need to rally. I don't know. We kind of like pauses for a moment. There's like a flash in this red lens. I don't know what's going on with the warbirds. They've left one of my duplicates behind. They're just flying off, which they could be dividing and conquering to look for your bomb. But help me. Help me to help you.
You see the Herald smile, and there's like tears running down his face. but then like the tears in the left dilated eyes stop. You just don't understand. He holds up the particle accelerator and he clicks a button, and there is like, I don't know science. I know like particle accelerator means like sending something at a really high speed in a circle over and over again and smashing it into another thing. This is not really that in my head, but we've been calling it, so whatever. I shoot some sort of accelerated particle out of this thing in attempt to shoot at you. Now, I think out of reflex to fight me, there is a stroke of fate, an unlucky strike, and the particle hits the body of your daughter. And though I don't think she really was showing much signs of life, she immediately falls limp.
That's probably the end of the scene, Baron, unless you got something else, because I'll probably pick off directly from that. Yeah. Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the end of this scene is there is kind of like a destabilization in reality with the focal point as your daughter.
In the basement of the children's hospital. Perfect.
So a white die for the Herald.
Yeah.
No good can come. No good
I don't know
can
if that
come.
was white.
I mean, he got what he wanted. You know what I mean?
Nothing good is going to happen when somebody walks into a children's hospital with a particle accelerator.
That's true. That's true. I'm pretty sure that's a law somewhere.
Yeah.
Don't walk into a
Nothing
children's
but
hospital with a
bad.
miniature
I don't
particle
know,
accelerator.
I think with that turn at the end, it feels like a black die for the Herald.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was not my intention. Or
Fair.
that's not the Herald's
His
intention.
luck
It was my intention.
Well, right. Okay. Black die. Oh, Baron. Okay. Jason, I have a feeling I know the answer to this question. Do you want to
I was going to resolve for my second scene, but I'm going to establish.
Right.
So yeah, I think we pick up right where that happened. Pick up right where we left off. So this happens. This tank implodes, and I think this whole time this conversation has been going on. Again, kind of from this mechanical body. We've been hearing Claire de Lune just play softly, and as this sort of warbling temporal distortion is created, I think every Dyson Industries machine in Pinnacle City starts playing that song. And suddenly the city is just full of this beautiful, soft piano music. I think people are probably, I imagine there's like Dyson pads, like iPad equivalents, and it's just coming out of everything. And I think because the Mechanist still has control of the civil servants, the ones that the Thunder Boys have been manipulating stop. And they drop what they're holding, and I think their eyes turn red as sort of the viewing visor of the Mechanist's sort of faceplate, and they start playing the song too. It is this weird moment of serenity in all of this chaos. And I think this creature, this being that both is Dyson Diaz and is not Dyson Diaz, looks over its shoulder. It has all of his memories, has all of his feelings. It remembers the horror of killing Teresa Diaz, of killing his wife, his creator, and promising out of guilt and out of shame to take care of this child, to do everything for her, and he failed. And there is this part of him that's like, it would be so easy. It would be so easy to just let it go. to just let this thing come through, to just do exactly what the Herald said. Let this be wiped clean. Let it all go away. Humans are terrible, monstrous things that deserve death, and something better will come after them. But I think he has, because of this song playing, there are memories of listening to Celestine before the sickness got bad, her playing on the piano in the family home, playing this song. I think we see flashes of him, of Dyson, walking with her, talking with her after Teresa was gone, um, climbing up the stairs to the top of Pinnacle Tower and looking out over this city. Just these, it's not these grand, sweeping philosophical moments. It's these little simple moments of human connection and kindness. And, maybe she probably had a Warbird's lunchbox. She insisted on getting a Warbird's lunchbox, and the smile on her face over just this stupid fucking piece of plastic. Like, it's all of these things that this machine man remembers. And the two Mechanist duplicates, they kind of come closer to you, Harold. They don't attack you. They know it's pointless. I don't know if you'd resist. It's up to you. They will attempt to take the miniature particle accelerator from you. Not violently, but the tentacles sort of wrap around. There's 8 of these tentacles just kind of wrap around this device. Would you let it go or not? Maybe. You're muted if you're talking, Baron. Or grunting.
I think there is a hesitation as he kind of like backs up, as he did not intend for this to happen. But as you approach, he kind of like shakily points it at both the clones. Stay back.
I think all 3 of them speak in that voice. We're not going to hurt you. We should. We want to. But we're not going to. Just give us the device.
I'm sorry. But I can't.
Very well. And all of the tentacles kind of point up, those laser cutters emerge, and they just start cutting through the ceiling so that chunks of debris start falling down into this sub-basement. Essentially, I think there's probably another one of the duplicates up there that has, as soon as this sort of has all happened, maybe with some of the civil servants, it started clearing the kids out as quickly as possible. Like, this is instantaneous transmission, essentially, to all these different mechanical servants, essentially. And the children's hospital collapses, essentially. And I think the last thing we see before the final piece of debris kind of falls down and blocks our view, blocks the camera's view, is we see, I imagine the Herald is standing completely fine. We see the duplicate that still looks like Dyson Diaz, or that is Dyson Diaz, facing the temporal distortion, and he extrudes tentacles of his own, and he flings himself into the portal, essentially. But he tries to anchor himself onto the other side, and I'm going to leave it kind of ambiguous. I feel like it's a good way to kind of end things off, unless, Baron, you have something else. He is going to employ every bit of circuitry he has, everything that he was given unwillingly by his creator, essentially, to try and close this thing from the other side, essentially. And I think that is the end of the scene. Unless you have anything else, Baron.
No. God, I've done enough.
Wow. Okay,
So
gang.
I are so resolved.
Yeah, what do
Despite
we...
despite
we
the
think?
potential for bleakness, that still felt like a white die for whatever's left of Dyson.
I can see
Yeah.
it going either way.
Yeah, I mean, he lost his daughter, but to
Mhm.
be fair, I think he kind of already had.
I was about
Yeah,
to say,
yeah.
to
Yeah.
be fair, he
It's basically
already
incurable.
had.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now
But
there's just
him-
closure.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Singularity.
he was not able to convince his former friend,
Mm. Steer away from this path.
to change
Yeah.
course. Hmm.
Kind of a mixed bag, but like
It
he
is.
also sort of won over
But yeah.
him despite not being able to do it the peaceful way.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And yeah, he very well may still have the chance to save the city if he's able to, close this portal.
Depends on what that aftermath is, baby.
Yeah. Okay, so we thinking white die?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Cool.
if the hospital had any other kids in it, I think we got our collateral damage.
Yep.
Well, see,
Whoa. They were evacuated. Yeah, the collateral damage is the daughter was Celestine.
Oh, good point. Good point.
Oh boy.
Okay. All right, Austin. You want to establish or do you want to resolve?
Yeah, I'm gonna establish. I think this will be a fairly short one. We cut back in on Alistair in his penthouse. He's gone back to using a glass. There is still the bottle of pills is in front of him. He's eyeing it warily. But he is also like he's plugged into the city networks, and as you can hear chatter on all of these, like on this this kind of array of screens that are behind a cabinet wall that is slid open. And he's got, like, in the very center there's just a still image of King Cobra like on one of the screens, and he's just staring at it intently as he hears this city chatter from all of the police radios and whatever little bugs he's put on, Kestrel and Animalia's city issued costumes, trying to figure out, like, trying to listen in on whether this crisis has been averted. And he finally dials a number on his phone. A moment later, Becky comes in. He sits her down, pours her a drink, says, "Becky, you have to resign. My administration's going to be going through some hard times." And he like hits a few buttons on a pad. It's like, "I've transferred a significant amount of money to your accounts. It should be entirely untraceable. You will run this city better than I ever could. You know the ins and outs, you know the people. But you need to put as much distance between my administration and yourself as you can. You knew nothing about my activities. There's a reason I've been training you these last few years. You're the perfect candidate. So please, I implore you to run. Now, you can skip picking up my dry cleaning. I don't think I actually need it anymore." And as soon as she leaves, he goes to another to like a painting on the wall and places a hand on the side of it, and this very light, like, scan of his hand goes. It looks like it's just part of the wall, but it's like exact placement, and the painting pops open on a hinge. There's a safe behind. He pricks his thumb on a little needle sticking out of the safe, presses it to another biometric scanner. The safe pops open. There's a small case inside. He pulls it out, sits down on the couch, opens up the case. There is a hypodermic needle with some sort of amber liquid in it. And he takes a deep breath, ties a slight tourniquet around his arm, pumps his fist, finds a vein, and jams it into his own vein. It takes a moment or two, and you see a sort of bubbling, almost like boils seeming to like rise up to the surface of his skin, and his skin almost starts to droop and melt. And the last thing you see before his eyes sort of melt into this blob that he is turning into on the couch is his eye just laser focused on King Cobra's face on the display. And that is the scene.
Wow. Wow. Liquid Mayor 2028.
I didn't know you could do that.
Liquid Mayor.
So what are we thinking, y'all? White die?
Is turning into liquid a white die?
I was about to say,
Who
is
knows what he'll
liquefying
pop
yourself
back up
a white
as?
dye?
Maybe it's always liquid. Maybe it's
Is
maybe it's something else.
Clayface Mayor a white die?
You get a vote of no confidence.
I feel like that's a black die. I think
Okay, this
I think
You
that's
think
our
so?
last black die.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You think?
You were
I think so.
describing that though, and I instantly saw Skeletor.
Yeah!
Yo, boy.
I'll get
Oh
you,
my
Cobra!
Oh my god, he's turning to Skeletor.
Oh my god. Fantastic. Okay. So it comes to this. I think okay, yeah. I think I want to establish. And I would like a scene with Anomalia. I think as chaos and mayhem like unfolds across Pinnacle City, because we've had the explosion at Dyson Industries, we've now had the collapse at the Children's Hospital, and I think the information about there being a bomb in the city has also leaked. So there's like mass panic and just like mass
Large
evacuation.
stress.
Yeah, it's just like everything is falling apart. And nobody seems to be able to find it. But I think we see King Cobra at the top of this skyscraper that was being built and is still not yet finished. Maybe, you know, one of the top floors of that place. Again, the plastic sheeting that's kind of like, you know, stapled on the outside of the building. And we can hear the panic of the city kind of like down below. I think he has somehow gotten a hold of the comms for the warbirds. Somehow has gotten word to Anomalia that that it's urgent and that he has information that will change everything. And so he's at this skyscraper kind of waiting for her arrival.
And when she comes in, there's this soft flow of wind against the plastic sheeting. And when she pulls it back, almost like a curtain, you can just see the pain radiating off of her, just hearing and seeing all of this.
Anomalia, I have to admit that I was not sure that you would actually come.
The world is ending, I may as well.
I have something to show you. And he kind of like gestures towards like the staircase, kind of back behind them. The set of like, you know, doors that leads into it. If she seems keen to follow, he'll turn and walk that direction. And he stops just inside the door and kind of like, again, gestures up the staircase. Like there's like a half flight. It's like one of those like concrete like stairwells. There's like a half flight, and on the landing at the back wall, we see something that we recognize as an audience. That same like turquoise, black, and white like portal that Jake described earlier, kind of on the wall, and through that portal, and Amalia can see like the distinct array of stars and nebula that we were able to see whenever we were on Fairweather. The same, you know, distant galaxy, if you will. He says, I made arrangements. You and I can leave Pinnacle City. Leave it behind forever. We can return to the way that things were. The bomb that you're worried about is not a nuclear device. Pinnacle City will be fine. It's an EMP. It will reset everything. Kestrel has already cast you off. There's nothing more for you here. But you and I, we can start over. Through there. So, he takes like 3 steps up and he turns around and he holds his hand out towards her.
She's listening to all of this, honing in on his voice to drown out the panic that she hears. And she's watching and she remembers that sky so well. And she looks at his hand, and then she looks up at him. No masks this time?
There's a moment where he kind of like, almost like recoils his hand away, and then he stops. And then deliberately reaches up and pulls the golden snake mask off of his face, and we just hear it like clang, 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 like down the concrete stairs until it like skids to a halt right in front of her, and we see Cole Crawford for the first time. No masks, no pretense, no lies.
She has the very stereotypical, just the eye mask cover. And her hand reaches up and she slowly pulls it off. And she lets it flutter down to the floor. I don't think I'm needed here anyway.
This world had its fruits to offer. I think that you and I both, we had our fair share. But what we had in Fairweather, the things I saw, it makes it difficult to go back. But to be honest, while there is not much that frightens me, I am scared at the thought of experiencing this alone. And I know that you're the only other person who could understand.
She doesn't say anything. She just walks up and tangles her fingers with yours.
I think he takes her hand, kind of lifting it up between their faces as like an affirmation, and then just nods wordlessly and turns, and we see their faces bathed in like this aquamarine light, and scene. Brilliant.
Worst hero ever. Just leaving the city, leaving this reality. Bye, guys.
Listen,
Good
bye.
luck.
I'm out,
Deuces.
bitch.
Terrible.
Word.
Looks like Kestrel was the good one the whole time.
Nah, bro.
I've been trying to make like evilness rankings in my head of everybody, and it's been so hard with Kestrel and Animalia. Like,
Mhm.
well, they got to
So
be
are
the top
we
two
all
spots.
the baddies?
I mean, honestly, it seems like the
was gonna
AI
say, I
clone might be
I
the
think
most
we're
decent
all the
person.
baddies.
Are we
Heroes is a
all
very
the baddies?
loose term.
The robot
in
is
this
the
game.
most decent person.
Actually,
Listen,
see, it says in the title that we're actually coffins.
not
It's
wrong.
true.
It's true.
We're crepe draped coffins.
Crepe,
Draped.
draped,
Draped with crepes.
crepe ape, crepe ape.
Delicious.
Crepes.
Okay. So the last die is wild, so it does not have to be a white die.
I feel like that is a white
But
die.
it
though.
is.
I was about to say that's an
Yeah.
absolute
That's-
white
I mean,
die.
apart from
it still
leaving
needs
his
to be a white
empire
die.
behind, like he's still getting away with basically everything.
He's
so,
getting
yeah.
everything more. He has a whole
Yeah.
whatever Fairweather is.
Yep.
Got a whole galaxy.
Okay, increíble. All right. So that brings an end to the roundabouts. So now what we need to do is collect the dice that we have earned throughout the story, and we're going to roll that and compare it to the aftermath for each of our characters. Whenever you roll your dice, just like in the tilt, you're going to subtract the lower result from the higher result for each color. But you also want to keep the dice on the faces that they land on, because sorry, I'm trying to look through the book and talk at the same time.
Do the faces matter, or is it just the difference between the two colors, like the two color
I
totals?
think it might actually just be the difference between the two.
Yeah, I think it is
Yeah.
too.
Oh,
It's just like
but the value doesn't matter, but you will go through and spend them one at a time as mini epilogue scenes. And
right. Was white
black
physical
is,
or was black
Mm,
physical?
I think it's the
Um,
opposite. I think
It's the
Black.
opposite. Yeah.
black represents physical things, and
Okay.
white represents mental
Emotional?
or emotional,
Okay.
spiritual, non-physical things.
We see. I was gonna say we still have to like roll to see what our aftermath is.
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
I got mine. It's interesting. I'm trying to figure out how to make
So,
this work.
what do I got? I've got 2 white die and a black. All right. Let me see. Oh God. Well.
Well,
Well.
Well,
well. Hang on, Zoom. Stop spazzing out. What the heck?
Okay, so it's got to be, yeah. All right. So starting with Sarah.
I'm scared.
Yeah, me too. What did you get?
I'm scared. So my two totals were 12 and 3, which gives me
A 9.
9.
9 white or 9 black?
It'd be 9 black.
9 black. Okay. 9
That's-
black. Nothing to write home about. Back to where you started. Maybe sore and broke, just like yesterday and tomorrow. You probably learned something new, though. Like how to do it right next time. Next time. So, not too bad. Not too bad.
Good, not bad. It's pretty middle of the road.
Jake, what you got?
Well, I got 13 and 6, which gives me a 7 white total.
White 7. Weak. Hey, you're busted, beat, and broke down, but at least you've learned a lesson from human greed, or about human greed and frailty, right? It'll serve you well in prison, which is where you're probably headed.
That
Space
checks out.
prison.
Interesting. Interesting.
Didn't say you're in prison, but you're probably going.
Probably
to
headed there.
Yeah. Okay, Baron, what you got?
I rolled a 6 and a 2 for a total of 4.
4
Black
white
4?
or 4 black?
So I got 6 black, 2 white, total of 4 black.
Okay. Black. 4. Savage. Savage, as in, quote, something is broken or mashed. Maybe you've got a permanent limp and a bad reputation. Plus, you totally fail. Okay.
Not a bad thing.
Jason, what you got?
So funnily enough, I got a white 11 and a black 3 for a white 8, which is basically the same thing as what Sarah got, just white instead of black. Nothing to
Okay.
crow about.
Yeah, nothing to crow about. Not better, but not way worse either. Maybe the car is wrecked, or your wife is leaving you, or there's a court date. But compared to some of the other people you know, ... Okay.
You're singularity now. You don't.
Right?
I am the god. That's probably too better.
That's you. It's you in the future.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking about that. I was like, what if
Okay.
God
Austin.
machine?
Somehow, also black 9, which
Ha!
was nothing to write home
Nothing
about.
to write home about. Okay.
That
Yeah.
is funny.
You're just a blob. Everyone will just
Play-
think you're like
play
a
face mayor.
blobfish that fell out of a tank.
You're
just
still
a
alive.
blobfish.
You just don't have any bones.
Put me in the water.
It's a small
please.
thing, really.
You're fine.
Bones.
You're just slug now.
Okay.
Slug now.
So I got on my 2 white die a 4, and on my black die I got a 5. So I got a
Oh my
black
gosh.
-1.
Is that even a thing?
No, it's a 0, I would imagine.
Oh, buddy.
Black 0. The worst thing in the universe. This probably doesn't include death, since death would be way better than whatever this is.
Oh
Be
no.
creative, and don't settle for the first, quote, worst thing that comes to mind. There's something darker, more awful, more wretched in there somewhere. All right. So now we get to go around and assign our die to our mini epilogue scenes for these characters with our aftermath outcomes in mind. So, Sarah, you're up.
No.
No.
No. Okay. I'm gonna do white die. And it's going to be her learning about what happened in Pinnacle City after she left. She finds out that what Cobra said was true. Everything just kind of reset. But there's this strange guilt in her heart because where's Kestrel? What happened to Kestrel? And I imagine, at least at this point, she can't find anything about what happened to Kestrel.
All right. Jake.
This is the part of the game that always confuses me a little. So
That's fair.
we're doing mini scenes
Mhm.
using the dice we have based on the color, so they're either going to be good or bad scenes.
No. It
No?
only represents either physical if it's black or emotional if it's white.
Mental.
Okay.
Yep.
That gets me every time.
Positive or negative doesn't matter for this,
Yeah. Okay, so
other than just what you
white-
already rolled for your
white
aftermath.
is the mental.
Mhm.
Correct.
Kind of playing off of Sarah's scene. I'm going to take a white die, and I think that there's no point in. We already know what happened, that it was an EMP. There's no point in showing exactly what happened with that, with Kestrel. But I think how it affected Kestrel as Animalia is trying to figure out why she can't find out anything about Kestrel. We just intercut that scene with, once again, raining at the cottage. The cottage is quiet. The cottage is dark. But as we slowly zoom in through the dark kitchen table to the kitchen table in the cottage, with a flash of lightning outside, we just see Kestrel's mask sitting on the table. That's it.
Excellent. Baron.
I'm gonna use a black die and say I didn't walk out of the children's hospital unscathed. We see Harold emerging relatively unhurt, but he has like a large lump on his head, and his eyes are both the right size, and he looks panicked at the realizations of the things that he has done.
Wow. Okay. Oh yeah. Jason.
I think I'm going to use my one black die for a physical. I think maybe William, as you are sort of looking around panicked, you see that portal still sort of scintillating there, that oily kind of bluish black. You see this strange mechanical union of synthetic flesh that is Dyson Diaz. And I think as he sees your panic, he kind of gives you like just this very like warm kind of fatherly smile, like the same smile he gave you the first time that you two met and he saw sort of the potential that you had. Um, and he detonates that particular clone, and that causes a chain reaction that causes the portal to shut. And actually, I'll say, just because why not? I'll throw a little wrench into whatever Jeremy and Sarah are going to do. I think it causes this series of chain reactions in this otherworldly place where this eldritch being is. It also causes the portal that King Cobra and Animalia use to shut as well. And that will be it for my physical die. This probably happens like just before the EMP hits.
With a physical die, I think there's just like almost, it seems like a wet spot on the couch. Like it's almost impossible to tell that a person was there except for some sort of like dripping liquid that seems to be pooling underneath the couch now. And just little by little, these discrete droplets of this ooze seem to coalesce. And that will be the first one.
Unsettling.
Disturbing.
Yes. Okay. I am going to use I'm going to use one of the white die, an emotional die. And I think the first thing that we see is after this portal closes, that there is a time, however brief, that Cole and Karen are happy, that they're genuinely enjoying this otherworldly place, and each other. Yeah, I think that's going to be the first one.
Ominous.
Sarah, back to you.
Why you gotta hurt my feelings? Damn it.
Damn it.
Damn it. I'm gonna do a black die now. I imagine as we're watching Cole and Kieran enjoying themselves and actually able to be themselves, the toll of being a super starts to show. There's aching joints. If she decides to try and shift, it takes a little bit longer when she's trying to be playful. Things that she was able to do with ease gets harder and harder each day they're there.
Okay. Yeah. Jakob?
I'm going to go with a black physical die. I think that we see Carlene Adams, who has left the identity of Kestrel behind. We get the first understanding of why Animalia is unable to find any sign of what happened. Carlene's body, it's like almost like she wears a suit made of the portal energy. And it's not that she's wearing a suit, but if she concentrates, and it takes a physical toll on her to do so, she can suppress that, and she can briefly walk on the streets of Pinnacle City. She can even briefly fly over Pinnacle City. But when the pain becomes too much to bear, that energy recoalesces and she slips sideways. She is still walking the streets of Pinnacle City, but she's caught between these two worlds. Like a prison, you might say. She called on these otherworldly entities for help, and for who knows how long, she seems to be caught, unable to exist in the world she tried so hard to preserve for them. She can now only mostly observe it.
Dang. Baron.
I think the next scene that we see is it'll be a black die. Harold is getting beaten by the police and arrested, and we quickly see that he is tried, convicted insane, and thrown in a cell.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Pinnacle's definitely got some kind of Arkham type situation going on for sure.
Cage.
Oh yeah. Okay, Jason.
So I only have mental, non-physical left, which actually makes a lot of sense. So I think so. Two of the Mechanist duplicates plus the one Dyson duplicate have been obliterated at this point. I think with sort of everything that he has, he's trying to get the civil servants to usher people away from this, but then the EMP hits and it just gets wiped out. I think the consciousness that is this sort of AI clone of who Dyson DS1 was, rather, is like hopping from one mechanical receptacle to another, like along this network, trying to almost outrun the EMP blast. And I think as sort of this unseen wave of power is closing in on him like sharks in the water, I think that's where I'm going to end that little scene, is him just fleeing, trying to exist, even as one after another, all of these electronic devices are being obliterated by the EMP bomb.
Okay. Awesome.
I think we're back in the penthouse. All of the power is off. And we see that, time has passed. There is the vague shape of a man standing in the kitchen. It seems unfinished, and almost faceless, no identifiers, not even fully formed fingers, just sort of a paw almost. And you see the paw reach out to the refrigerator and pull the refrigerator door open, and the door rips off the hinge. That'll be that one.
Hell yeah.
Another black one, if that wasn't obvious.
I am likewise going to use a black die as a physical. I think seeing that Animalia is suffering here and coming to the realization that it's probably because she's no longer a part of the natural world. That, being an animal, being wild, being free is maybe what made her power work as well as it did. And the fact that they have grown so distant from one another. I think the physical thing that we see is at some point, Cole has her come with him into a space, a room, and opens a door for her to follow him, much like in the stairwell. and there is another one of these portals. And through it, we see Pinnacle City already starting to become somewhat overgrown, like this kind of urban jungle that is starting to have nature reclaim it. And I think he just kind of pushes her through. And, you know, just before he does, he says, I do love you. I think this is the only way. And he pushes her through.
Things I do for love.
Oh, fuck. Well, I was going to do my black die next, but no, I'm not.
Sorry.
Ow! We're going to continue that. And all she hears is, I love you, as she's falling through this portal. And the way that I imagine this is a portal that's overlooking the city. So he's just assuming that she's going to hit this, it'll take like a minute or two, and then she's just going to fly. What he sees as she's falling is fear. And she's reaching up for him as she's falling. And she is in an absolute free fall, and she is not shifting into anything. And that's how we're going to end that.
Jake?
Man. I'll take another white die. I think we see over time, however much time, that she's I was thinking about how she's losing herself, and I literally almost called her Animalia. Like, she doesn't even know who she is anymore. No, Carlene, because it hurts her so much to exist in the physical world, I imagine she treats these exercises like workouts, trying to spend more and more time. But that's not the part I want to focus on. I want to focus on the mental side of it, which is that it's also taking its toll on her, that she is trapped in this in-between world where she can only observe Pinnacle City. And it's hard for her to be invisible, to be unseen and unheard. And she's taken to try to quiet her mind. She started thinking of all of the people that she used to know. And strangely, she can't find anybody. She can't find King Cobra. She can't find Animalia. She can't find the Mechanist. She can't find many of the people she's looking for. She knows where William Ward is. But I think she also is keeping an eye on what's happening in the mayor's office. Because she came late, I don't think she has any clue about what's going on with the former mayor. I think instead she's keeping an eye on Becky, imagining that Becky won. Becky's the new mayor, and she's just determining if she's a good mayor. And I think there's maybe scenes where she's looking over her shoulder as she's making decisions and signing papers and judging her, but also showing that it doesn't come from a place of just wanting to make sure that she's a good mayor. I think Carlene, anybody that she's observing, she stays too long. She stays and observes their personal lives. She becomes the worst voyeur. And it's not just these people that she knew. It's she'll latch on to random people for periods of time just to follow them, to try to vicariously survive. And that's that.
Yeah. All right, Baron.
So this is my final scene. The Herald, we see like in these days that are passing for Kestrel, like the Herald is in prison for like the first while. He's in isolation, and it's just him standing, staring at the wall for days. He's released out into the pen. We see the cultists that were buying weapons. And the guy walks up to him and says, "Everything's all right, Harold. It's all going according to plan." And we see days pass, and then there is a lockdown. And perhaps we even see like the spectral of Kestrel like pass by in one of her viewings of people. And William stands by the door, which was locked. We've seen the guard lock it. And this event starts taking place, and we see him smile, and his eye dilates. And he puts his finger on the gate and pushes it open, and it unlatches, fortunately. And that's the last we see of the Herald.
All right. Jason.
So I have 2 more white dice. So my next white dice is going to be, I think what happens is the sort of AI clone of Dyson Diaz, the mechanist, is obliterated by the EMP pulse. He's not able to escape it. Eventually, he runs out of places to hop to. But something happens when all of the caretakers, all the civil servants go offline. The security program that Dyson Industries programmed into these things to make sure that they didn't go rogue and start killing people, it kicks in. It's not just a sort of restraint, it's also like an auto reboot, essentially. And this program, Sentry, it actually contains dozens, hundreds, thousands of copies of this mind that Teresa Ortiz placed into this microchip. He couldn't recreate the microchip, but he could at least sort of spread it around to a certain extent, sort of mimicking the work. So I think although we do see kind of the urban jungle that you had kind of mentioned, Jeremy, these civil servants, which I think are now called caretakers, they are sort of like stewarding the city to a certain extent, maybe even advising the new mayor, Becky. Um, and although no one really notices it because he was somewhat reclusive, um, they have this slight accent when they talk, and they all sound suspiciously just a little bit like Dyson Diaz when they talk. But again, they try to usher this battered, incredibly just insane city into hopefully a better future, if possible.
Oh yeah. Austin. Uh-oh, did he freeze?
Yeah.
We see.
Oh, there he goes.
there you go.
Oh, can you hear me? There we go.
Yep.
Am I back? Okay, good.
Yep.
Only to freeze again. Oh
we
no.
see-
Yeah, you're stuttering there, Austin, with your connectivity.
see Alistair Andrews. Oh no! God damn it!
God damn
How
it!
about now? Nope, still
Okay.
not there.
No, you're
You
good
hear me?
now.
Good so far.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just moving. Okay, I switched internets. Hopefully that'll work. So we see Alistair Andrews standing at a podium. A number of weeks have passed. He has come out, or months even. He has finally emerged and is giving a speech about how he was captured by King Cobra and the Herald and held as they both disappeared or went to prison. And he was finally able to escape. telling the harrowing story that he's completely made up. He is also praising all of the hard work of all of the people coming together to put the city back together after this horrible incident. And taking a little bit of credit for the civil servants that are now the caretakers, and all the fine work they've done. And he is announcing his re-election bid, or his that he is campaigning for the next election. He has full faith in Mayor Becky, but he thinks that he started a job and needs to finish it. But as he like has his hands on the podium, he glances down at his prepared remarks one more time, and we see that his hand has sort of just melted into the podium, and he kind of snaps out of it, and you see like a just a little bit of effort in his face and his voice, and almost a little bit of discomfort or pain, which he spins perfectly into his political speech about how painful it was for the city.
Excellent. All right, my last die is a white die, and I think it is when he sees Animalia in free fall, realizing that maybe he misplayed the situation entirely. And just as he's realizing that, he kind of like reaching for the portal, it closes. And he is left for however long it is that he has left, not knowing what happened to her and living without his paramour. And so that is definitely far worse than death for him. Sarah.
This is my final die. It is a black die. We see this free fall, and she watches as the portal closes. Her heart breaks as the wind whips harder against her. And she seems to almost lean back until she is doing a headfirst dive towards the ground, and her eyes close. And she's just about to crash into the ground when her body transforms into a kestrel and slams into some branches until this small body hits the ground, but it's breathing. And it looks up into the general direction where that portal was. And it lets out a mournful screech. And that's the end of Animalia.
Oh. Okay. Jake.
I'm going to use my last white die. When you're invisible, you're trapped between worlds, and you can only manifest physically with limited time, and you've spied on anybody you found worthy of spying on for so long, eventually you start to wander, and there's very few places in Pinnacle City that Carlene Adams hasn't been. She sees what's happening. She sees the civil servants spreading around the city in service. I think she even watched, maybe even was in the audience when Alistair Andrews announced his intent to run again. This doesn't bother her. She's not concerned about him. What bothers her is this sensation, this feeling like something is calling to her. And instead of wandering aimlessly around the city, she begins to follow this sensation until she finds herself at the outside the gate of the fenced off, now cleared site of rubble where the children's hospital once stood. The gate's not going to stop her. She passes through it. She walks to the middle of where the children's hospital stood and cocks a head as if listening to something. And we see her just phase down into the ground. And she just begins dropping through the ground until she gets down to where the secret sub basement was. Mostly caved in, collapsed. Except right in the very middle, there is a spherical pocket that is untouched. And she hears the sound of a girl singing Claire de Lune, humming Claire de Lune. And she looks up and sees floating in a meditative pose, humming to herself, Celestine. And a small smile crosses her face. I still have one more die, so I'll finish my story on
Oof,
my last
okay.
on the last scene.
Ooh, baby.
Baron, you said you were finished? Okay.
I thought you had
Jason?
you had 3
I thought
black
he had
die,
one
because
more
I
thing.
have 4 dice. This is my 4th dice. I think you have 1 more die, Baron. Because you have
Oh.
3 black. Your third black is buried under your white there.
All right, so I do have one more then.
Mhm.
Uno mas, just uno mas.
I think Harold. What? Harold gets back to work making a new. No, he pursues something else. We see like Harold, the head of this cult, pursuing some sort of item that will make dark matter tangible. And you see he's kind of like shuffling through plans on how to potentially extract someone from between realms.
Fuck yeah. Jason?
This is my last white die. And again, my final thing here is nothing to crow about. Not better, but not way worse either. So I think a couple of things happen. I think the election happens, and it seems like Alistair Andrews might actually potentially win this thing, maybe. But then there's a change of tactics, and it seems like Mayor Becky is actually going to win the re-election. I think people probably don't notice, but there's a new earpiece that she's wearing, and I think it seems like once again, intentionally or otherwise, that the mechanist, what's left of him, is sort of steering certain events here to try to keep the city stable. But I do think, despite his best intentions, like there's kind of like syndicated superheroes that rise up again, and there's supervillains, of course, like it all starts to happen again despite his best intentions. Um, but I think by advising Becky, he is able to keep things stable for a while, very similar to what Alistair was somewhat doing at the time when all of this went down, like keeping things not better, but not way worse either. You know what I mean? Just like everything is holding together this house of cards. And I think once he's sure that it will stay that way, um, I think this strange thing fades. It goes away. It ends. It is tired. Again, it's impossible for a machine to feel tired, but this is not just a machine. I think he's just exhausted. He's tried so hard, and for things to seem to be kind of moving in the same direction that they were before, it's just not disheartening. It's just exhausting. And so I think finally, I think Dyson Diaz fades. I think maybe the last thing he does is um, I think he has one of the caretakers place like a candle at the base of some kind of monument to those that may have potentially been hurt during the collapse of the children's hospital, those that he wasn't able to get out when he was still in control of the Mechanist duplicates. And I think it has the name Celestine carved into the wax, and I think we focus on that name, um, and then we just sort of fade out, and that is the end of Dyson Diaz, the Mechanist.
All right. Mr. Mayor.
Former mayor.
I think
Former.
after losing the election, we see a much more modest apartment. Not necessarily like a dump, but not an expensive place. And the man that was once the mayor stands in his modest kitchen, and you hear a police band radio, and you see his face sort of ripple, and he shifts into a different face essentially, and he as he heads like kind of, he doesn't even open the window, he just like slides in between the tiniest cracks of the window, reforming on the other side, kind of checking directions to go towards the incident he's hearing on the radio. We see him smile just a little bit, and you get the sense that he's finally trying to do something good and not focus on himself quite as much. And he so disgustingly just oozes down this like fire escape outside this building. It's just almost like a person just immediately turning into liquid and like dripping through, but then almost immediately reforming at the bottom. And we see some like little headlines pop up like new superhero on the streets, the face. And that's all we'll see of him.
Excellent. All right, last but certainly not least, Jake, take us out.
You thought you were out. Just when you thought you were out, they bring you back in, Baron. Now, I had intended this to play into my white 7, which was it'll serve you in prison, which is where you're probably headed. But Baron narrated himself out of prison. I think there's a moment where the Herald is working alone on whatever he is. I'm almost picturing a moment of like Flynn in the computer lab right before he gets zapped into Tron. But instead we see that sort of POV from behind, and instead of a laser zapping you into a computer world, there's a ripple in the air behind you, and there is the form of a woman that steps through, and she looks exactly like Carlene Adams, but then her face doesn't like ripple like the face. It's more like a distortion, like a temporal distortion. And Celestine starts humming Claire de Lune so that you can hear her. And when you turn around to see the face of the girl that you believed to have killed, her face shifts again. Her form shifts again, and you see Carlene Adams, who was once Kestrel, standing there. And she says, "We've got work to do. The city needs us." And that's the end. It's so funny. Incredibles 2, Elastigirl is back, just popped up. I'm like, literally just started as I said that.
Fantastic stuff, y'all. As always. It was incredible. What a fun story.
Did we just do a sub 4 hour or exactly 4 hour act
Just
2
about,
in resolutions?
Yeah.
Just about. Right at 4.
That's
Wild.
bonkers.
That is bonkers.
Act 1
We
was
were
closer to
efficient.
5.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, well done, everybody. Bravo.
Ah.
That was great.
That is not the comic book superhero game that I thought we were getting at the top of this whole
No.
thing.
Yeah.
But
In a way, though, it's kind of funny. It feels like we kind of went back to the status quo at the beginning, sans like maybe the negative-ish influence of
Yeah.
King Cobra. You know what
Mhm.
I mean? It's kind of interesting. We've kind of come full circle, essentially.
Mhm.
There's
But
superheroes
all
and enemies
comic
again
books
and villains
too.
again. Yeah.
They're
Yep.
always like, the guy gets out of prison.
hmm
I had,
Oh,
a,
he's not actually dead. Yeah.
I had a lot of heavy Watchmen vibes
Oh yeah.
Yes, for
Sure.
throughout
sure.
this
Absolutely.
game. I was
Yep.
definitely feeling some Watchmen vibes. Kind of makes me want to grab it off the shelf and give it another read through.
Mhm.
Good. one.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the things that makes that work is that the characters are so much more complex than they typically are in comic books. Everything is a little less, black and white.
Yep.
And that was definitely the case with this game.
Yeah,
The
we're
villains had
very-
some redeemable stuff, and
We all went very cerebral.
Mhm.
And with everything that was rolled up in the setup, we came up with just these very dynamic relationships that further break the mold on some of these, superhero or break the tropes on some of these superhero stories.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I also
Very,
think this was
subversive.
the Fiasco setup that I played that the most set up specific like conflicts that made like feel like the objects and relationships and needs and everything were more well linked than I've seen them in a Fiasco game. Like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
it
Yep.
always
I mean-
works out, but these ones like
Yeah.
Austin,
Yep.
did he freeze?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I know.
buddy.
I think I know what he was saying.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, I think it helped. It helped. Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say it seems to help drive the motivation behind a lot of the characters and what they were doing, a lot more.
Well, and I
Oh,
think
my-
it helped too
my
because like
character
some
was,
of
like-
the. God,
No, you're gonna.
I was gonna say it helped too that like we had some really like dramatic things, like even by Fiasco standards, like we had 30,000 robots, we had like
Mhm.
eldritch celestial abomination things. Like these are like really outlandish concepts. So
Yeah,
it
it's
definitely
true.
helped. It helped kind of anchor things, I think, a little bit to those concepts.
That's kind of it's kind of a funny statement though. We had these really outrageous things that really helped to anchor us.
It's true. It's true.
But yeah,
We did.
No,
It
I mean,
steered things.
but
You can't overlook 30,000 robots or an eldritch god
but these
being.
these are all absolutely things that you would see in comic books.
Oh, for sure.
100%.
Because I also got heavy like Batman
Heavy DC vibes.
heavy
yeah,
DC
heavy
vibes, but
DC.
Heavy
very
DC
much
vibes.
very much in the era of Batman the Animated Series /
Yep.
the Arkham
Ooh, yeah.
trilogy,
Yes.
which is my favorite
Mhm.
Batman era.
Yeah, it was really cool having the extraterrestrial part like kind of like as a through thread
Mm-hmm.
And it's nice whenever there are objects, needs, and locations and stuff that you can have that are connected to each other, where you can kind of draw a bridge between them. So that way you can have scenes that kind of help provide context to both of those things. And so, like, having one scene can affect 4 different characters at once.
Right.
Just by adding a little bit of a color into that that page of the coloring book. It's a lot of fun. Again, I love Fiasco. It's such a it has such a light touch for what it manages to draw out of people when you play it, which is really interesting. So
yeah, I always enjoy when I get a chance to play, and was glad, like we said before, the fact that we have a larger pool of people to draw from, and we can just keep continuously mixing it up. Even creates just so much more, I don't know, dynamic nature to this, the whole thing.
Very agree. Excellent. Okay. So we're going to wrap this up now. I'm not sure when the next one will be. Probably in a couple of months, I would imagine. It seems to be kind of the general cycle.
We added a new player into the mix.
Yep. To get Craig in here.
I have to get Craig in on the next one.
We'll have go through and do the vote and everything to see what's going to be next, and then we'll be back around with the next setup.
Yeah, there's still a lot of play sets that I'm very interested in.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would realistically play all of them, but
I
prefer to play.
Even the ones that I rated the lowest, if I were in a game where that was the one that was being played, I would still be like, all right, I know it's going to be awesome because of the people involved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hard same. I absolutely agree. Yeah. Which is why I think the ranked voting works best, because you still get the chance to play one that you're interested in. But yeah. Cool. Thank all of you for being fantastic human beings and wonderful players. It is much appreciated. It gives me opportunities to do stuff like this. So.
Thank you for hosting this.
Heck yeah.
Absolutely my pleasure.
Yeah, I said it at the beginning. I'll say it again. You've developed a nearly perfect, nothing's perfect, but a nearly perfect way of presenting a game that's intended for in-person play, to present it in a logical way on screen for both us as players and for an audience to follow along.
Good. I'm very glad to hear that, because Fiasco's a really, really fun game, and it seems to be one that not a ton of people know about. So I'm really happy that there's a large enough group of people that we can make this happen on the regular. That we're getting this much mileage out of this system. That makes me really happy. Cool. Thank all of you very much who managed to watch this, whether you watched live or you watched at some point down the road in the future. It is very appreciated that people come here to learn about a really weird, obscure little system, or just watch us be awful to each other for 5 hours. It's I love the fact that there are people that find entertainment with stuff here on the channel. If you did like what you saw, then do all the stuff that the algorithm likes to see. Hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment, share the link around with your buddies. Buy Fiasco, play Fiasco. Stick around. There's plenty more on the channel. I don't remember what the count is, but I'm pretty sure there's still over 400, I think, videos at this point. So there's plenty of stuff for you to watch, including several other completed Fiasco games. So if you like this and it was the first one for you to see, then go back and watch the other ones. They're a lot of fun. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and get out of here. Remember that kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to someone else. And for fuck's sake, please, it doesn't, again, it costs you nothing to be kind. And it could make a massive difference in somebody's day, week, month, year, who knows. Everybody needs kindness in their life. So if you can, start every interaction with kindness. You know, you don't have to stay kind just because, you know, sometimes it's not what's called for, but you can start that way. All right. I think that's it. We're going to go ahead and get out of here. So until next time, your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.